I haven't.
Okay, so colleagues, there's going to be a late item. We'll just check with the colleagues to send the report to yourselves. It's an urgent one that must serve today. Let's go through apologies.
Miss Morgan. Apology from Miss Morgan.
Thank you. We'll do minutes last. So let's go straight to the main agenda and start with item 1.
Okay, item 1 is from Environment and Agriculture Department, EAM 13 2021-22, tender for the implementation of a variety of specialized architectural services in the city of Tshwane for all 7 regions as and when required for a 3-year period.
Thank you. Who's taking us through the item?
It's Ausra Harbour Chair. I don't see her in the meeting yet.
Okay, let's move on to the next item. We'll defer this one.
The next item is item 2 from Water and Sanitation 2.1 HHR01 2015-16 WS Bronco Spray, refurbishment of the Bronco Spray and Summer Place Water refurbishment plant, package plant, water pipeline and storage services.
Thank you. Who's taking us through this item?
Good morning, Chairperson. The group head will join in the next minute.
So you are not ready?
We are ready. He requested that I should inform him when we're about to start, so he is joining.
So who's in the meeting so that we can start with people that are in the meeting?
I am in the meeting, Chairperson. It's just that I don't have the delegation, but I will be presenting the report on behalf of the department. I was waiting for group head to sort of introduce the item.
If you don't have the delegation, we'll have to wait for group head. So which other departments are here that are ready to present?
GPM is here, Chair.
Sorry, who?
GPM.
Okay, let's do the GPM items.
Okay, the next item will be item 3 from Group Property. (3.1) Unsolicited bid proposal for the establishment of a fuel storage and refinery facility through the lease of a portion of the remainder of portion 10 of the farm Hartebees Ward 326
From the department.
Morning, Chair. Morning, colleagues. My name is Tshwane. I'm the acting group head of Group Property. I firstly hereby declare that I do not have any interest in the items that are being tabled by the department today.
Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, we received a unsolicited bid application for an investment. It's actually an investment proposal that came in from GNS Oil and Gas for a development of a fuel refinery in the Hartebees Ward area. We obtained the initial approval from the administrators to conduct public participation as this was a high value asset. We conducted the public participation. We went back to council. We engaged, we tabled the further report with the feedback from the public participation to council. And council then gave the go-ahead for us to proceed with the processing of the application as an unsolicited bid. It's an investment opportunity of 5 billion rand, and we've attached as the Annexure J. We've attached the full submission from the envisaged DC. The application is for a period of 50 years. Having concluded all the compliance processes, Chair, we wrote to National Treasury in keeping with Regulation 37 of the Supply Chain Management Regulations to obtain the views and opinions of National Treasury on the application itself. In the body of the report, we are addressing some of the key issues, Chair, that are raised by National Treasury. But the overarching theme from National Treasury comments, Chair, was centered around just reflecting on the legislative compliance and the process that was followed in considering this application. And we are addressing all the comments that the Treasury have raised in the body of our report. Treasury has also highlighted the criticality of us having to ensure that when we enter a process of this nature, we've got all the required expertise and on our side as a city, because they're highlighting experiences of Cape Town, of eThekwini, in terms of dealing with transactions of this magnitude. And in dealing with that comment from National Treasury, we wrote to the advisory, the PPP and advisory section within National Treasury itself. There's a section from Treasury that deals with transaction advisory services, and they have already indicated to us that in the event that the city were to decide to process this application, they will provide us with technical advisory to ensure that we are fully conversant with the intricacies of this kind of industry. And we've attached the letter of confirmation from the PPP advisory section to that effect. We've attached it to the report. The application has already received support from the DBSA. It has already received support from the Industrial Development Trust in terms of funding commitment. And all that is expected at this point is just for the applicant to have access to land. The comments of the internal departments are all supportive. Supply chain has supported the report, and they have indicated only that accompanying the submission to BAC, the applicant must attach all the MBD documents, and we've attached as annexures to our submission to yourselves. We've attached all the MBD documents that are required to accompany this application. Group Legal Services, in their comments, Chair, have only highlighted that there are very stringent compliance requirements when entering this kind of business. They're indicating that the operator must have an operator license, a petroleum license. They're indicating that in terms of NEMA, the applicant must do a full EIA, and they are highlighting that at the end of the project, the applicant at its own cost must budget for the cost of rehabilitation of the land. We have adopted the requirement for rehabilitation of the land. We've carried it into the recommendations of the report so that it becomes a condition of the lease. In the initial approval of the administrator, already the Department of Environmental Management had already imposed the condition that they are supporting the alienation of the land subject to a full environmental impact assessment study being undertaken. So that condition stands. Also, Chair, the Water and Sanitation has got a small depot in the property where the applicant is intending to develop this, and we've imposed a further condition that the lessee at its own costs will relocate that services depot and will develop a depot for the city at the land where we are going to choose. I've already been in discussion with the RED of Region 6 and the head of ROC and Tatekali in terms of this opportunity to say in the event that this were to be approved, we will get a services depot, and then we are already in discussion on where to possibly locate the depot. The overarching recommendation, Chair, is that the bid adjudication committee approve this application for the lease of this property for 50 years. We are recommending that cognizance be taken that we've complied with all the ordinance requirements that are envisaged in the municipal asset transfer regulations. We are recommending that the lessee at its own cost develop a services depot in Region 6 as part of the conditions of the lease. We are saying that all the conditions contained in the council resolutions we've attached as Annex A and B must be enforced. We are saying that rental be only payable after 3 years once all the construction and setup have been finalized. In the council resolution, there is a provision that if the lessee has not finalized construction within a first 3-year period, then we will terminate the lease agreement. So we are saying we grant the lessee a grace period of 3 years to set up the fuel depot, after which then rental will kick in. Rental on this project is 840,000 rand per month, escalating at 9% annually, Chair. And finally, we are asking permission to then transact with National Treasury's PPP and Transaction Advisory Unit so as to obtain the technical support that has already been offered as part of implementing the lease. The report is tabled, Chair.
Acting Group Head, thank you. Members, the report is tabled for your comments. Asminki.
Thank you, Chair. I do not have any comments in this report. Suffice to indicate that maybe when we draft that lease agreement, we should also incorporate all this information that have been said in relation to the council resolution and what legal services has specially indicated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Brother James.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members and colleagues. Yeah, I always freak out when I hear unsolicited bids in City of Tshwane. And it is based on historical reasons, obviously, that this city has never, ever managed to deal with an unsolicited bid successfully without it ending up in a court of law or coming back to the city and criminal investigations conducted against officials and the likes. And that is my general approach on unsolicited bids, Chairperson, that as long as we tick all the boxes required by legislation, and as the acting group head has indicated that they are comfortable, that they have definitely ticked all the boxes, and that they will continue to ensure that when the lease agreement is in place, that all the required processes are abided and duly followed. If that is the case, Chairperson, then I would support a recommendation to the accounting officer with circumspect and cautiously so, because my experience, as I have indicated, has made it very, very difficult for me to have any form of faith in the city's current capacity and ability to conclude on triple Ps as well as unsolicited bids. And this particular unsolicited bid is dealt with in terms of the MET of the City of Tshwane. And because that policy allows for long-term lease agreements based on unsolicited bids. So because it's a policy of the city and it allows for it, my recommendation to, or my view that I'd like to share with this particular committee, being the BAC, is that over and above the procedures that must be strictly adhered to in terms of the MET or the policy of City of Tshwane in relation to acquisition and disposal of land, whether it through auctions or lease agreement, bidding processes, whatever the case may be, let them follow that processes very stringently. But over and above the chairperson, I am obviously very, very much inclined to revert myself back to the MFMA itself. For me, the MET is the MET. It's a policy of the city. However, it does not override the legislation, national legislation in this regard, the MFMA, which clearly stipulates, and I think Thabiso did mention that the National Treasury has also indicated further compliance in terms of unsolicited bids as regulated by Section 37. And in this instance, in particular, Section 37 2B, and I think 2D really covers what the reasons for not going through the normal bidding processes are found to be sound by the accounting officer. So this report, Thabisa, we cannot approve as the BAC. We will recommend to the accounting officer in terms of the MFMA and the supply chain management regulations and the mandate of this BAC. We don't approve anything, we just merely recommend. So if there's a recommendation there that says that we recommend chairperson, or maybe it was just a slip of the tongue of Thabisa, I then want to say that we will then henceforth recommend, but strictly on the basis that all the legislative processes, all the necessary environmental impact studies and everything else that is required by law, the due diligence studies that the city itself must conduct, as long as all of those matters are abided by and followed through, I will very skeptically recommend this to the accounting officer. I do it still with reservation, and I've highlighted the issues that must be focused on by the department, the group property management in this regard, and further also that the legal department also really make a deep dive into this particular matter, because at the end of the day, it will be the legal department that will be seized with this matter in the courts of laws if this thing comes back to the city. And I will close it off there, chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brother James. Member Mpefu.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not quite sure that I follow Thabis, or maybe there are certain aspects that I would have loved, or certain points to be included in the report. I hear the department did engage National Treasury, obviously advising them on how to move forward should the city decide to go on an unsolicited bid, Chair. But I'm not sure whether I've missed it, Chair, if it's clear in the report who is the recommended investor. I'm not seeing it in the report. And Chair, it's still not clear to me as to the uniqueness of the concept, because remember, solicited bid, you must bring us a concept or a service that is unique. And Chair, it's still not, maybe I missed it as well, Thabi, so apologies, Chair, for not going thoroughly through my report. The benefit that the city will have from participating in this particular process, and then also it's not clear to me as to say the service provider who will, or the investor who will be then afforded this opportunity is the sole provider, of this particular service or this type of an investment. Those 3 points, Chair, are not clear in the report. So I think maybe if we can allow the departments to assist us in proving that the concept is unique, there will be exceptional benefits to flowing to the city, and this particular service provider or investor is the sole provider of this type of a service, Chair. I think if those 3 can be obviously what do you call it, clarified, and then maybe I'll move on to the next level where, because the department spoke about the compliance issues and the rest, but I'm not picking up the 3. That will really make the accounting officer to obviously say, I will go on this based on the reasons that you've provided. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. James, you've got your hand up. Do you want to add on?
Yeah, Chair, yes, while Member Tembeka was talking, I managed to get into the National Treasury letter. And quite frankly, National Treasury is not supporting this project in terms of its comments that is given. National Treasury is clearly stipulated that nowhere could they pick up in the submission of the city and even the notices that went out in terms of the public participation and what needs to be brought to the public's attention. Nowhere can they pick up that the city has complied with the letter of the law in terms of everything that needs to be done. The only opening, and I want to caution the department here very strongly, the only opening that the National Treasury is giving the city is to say, before you embark on this process, go and consult other municipalities, and they mentioned the municipalities in the letter, in the last paragraph of the letter, in which they are saying and recommending to the city to say, before you embark on anything, go and benchmark, compare notes, and check what are the possible negative impacts that something like this would have near such a densely populated piece of land. They also raise further the fact that in the advert, the department refers to a high value property, although it is not clearly stipulated what the high value property is. They could gather just from the wording of the advert on what the high value is supposed to mean. And according to National Treasury themselves as well, again, they could not pick up that the department has followed all the processes that would require one to follow or a municipality to follow when you deal with high value property of the municipality. So, and again, Member Tembeka, I'm re-emphasizing again, very clearly highlighted further aspects that are contained in section 37, which deals with unsolicited bids. And the relevant subsections there are 37, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it goes on and on and on. So National Treasury is actually saying that we did not follow all those processes. So I'm saying, Chairperson, now that I've read the letter, in fact, I said I will be very cautiously and recommending this to the accounting officer. But now that I've read the letter from National Treasury, I'm more even inclined to say the department must give this committee the assurance and all the relevant evidence that everything that was highlighted by National Treasury in the letter, because that letter from National Treasury is very, very loaded, Chairperson. And that is where the question comes in. That National Treasury will not necessarily tell the municipality what to do and what not to do. It is at the instance when this thing backfires that National Treasury will say, but we reminded you and we told you what to do. You chose to ignore the directives that we have given. And that has been seen with the PEU matter, Chairperson, came out very strongly when National Treasury and even the minister started coming into the fray of things. that this matter has become a criminal matter now with the Hawks. We've seen it in the Glad Africa issue, where National Treasury jumped in and said, no, but what you have done is not according to the law. You have not followed the penal processes. This was actually an unsolicited bid. So there's a number of examples that we can raise. And again, reading the letter from National Treasury further puts up the red flag to me and saying the department needs to provide sufficient and clear proof that they have done everything, they've ticked every single box that is required to be ticked with regards to this matter, Chairperson. I will close there. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Mpefu. Only follow up. I hope Tabiso is making notes.
I think.
I am, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered with the name of the entity. Apologies, it's a company that seeks to form the logistic hub to form the first 100% Black-owned mega whatever. And Chair, it worries me as well the fact that this company is a 2020 registered company. But if the department can tick the boxes before we decide to go in an unsolicited bid as the city in terms of the policy, you need to convince, or you need to be convinced as the accounting officers committee that they've complied to the requirements. Even before, Chair, going to National Treasury or benchmarking with other municipalities, we need to tick the boxes first before we go out. Can they make sure that they clarify those points so that we can be able to assist? Thank you, Chair.
So the biggest concerns is the issues that have been raised by National Treasury as they relate to compliance with the Met regulations, Section 14, Section 33, as well as the requirements in terms of Section 37 on unsolicited bids, for us to demonstrate that we've actually complied, and the public participation that we did was actually in compliance with the requirements. So Tabiso, let me give you an opportunity to comment, and then we can take it forward.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to members for the questions. I suppose, Member, if you are covered with the name of the company. Just to point you to the discussions in the body of the report that we're submitting, just so that we deal holistically with the issues that the Member is raising. There is a segment in the report where we're talking about the project unlocking 5 billion of direct investment and creating 200,000 employment opportunities. We are talking about 840,000 rand in land rental, with 9% annual escalation over a period of 50 years. And those are the benefits that the project is presenting to the city. So the first and second question, I suppose, have been answered, Member Mpefu. Why the project is unique? First and foremost, CFO, we would not have released this land to market had the city not been approached by this applicant. And I think that point must be made very clear at the very onset. The city did not have any intention from our proactive land release perspective to release this land to market for any kind of development until we were approached by an applicant with a business case who is proposing the development of a biofuel facility. The facility is unique in respect of the fact that it is going to provide, according to the business plan that the applicant has submitted, this facility is going to be a gas, fuel, and oil refinery all in one. In other words, you are going to have turbines, you are going to have oil that gets manufactured and lubricants get produced, and you're going to have a petrol storage, a fuel storage facility. This is going to be, if approved, it's going to be the first and only facility in the African continent that produces Euro 5 fuel. Euro 5 is basically an international standard of petrol, which is petrol that does not contaminate the climate as much as your LP kind of fuel does. And all of that information is contained in the business case that the applicant has made to the city. It is for that reason that we considered the application to be unique, and we thought to give the application an opportunity for consideration by the city's processes in terms of approval. Now, Chair, in 5.2.1, in the body of the report, we present, because we are required by law to present a response to the comments that are raised by National Treasury for consideration of this committee. First and foremost, National Treasury is saying that, and you'll forgive me, Chair, if I drag the response longer than I have to, you'll stop me. There is the issue of uniqueness, which I've addressed in terms of the business proposition that has been submitted, to the extent that the project has already also been endorsed by the Cabinet's Infrastructure Investment Review Committee that reports to the National Department of Public Works. And I've submitted that letter of endorsement also as an annexure to the report that we've brought forward. The support that the DBSA and the IDC have given to the project demonstrates the level of due diligence that these institutions, I have personally also spoken to the DBSA and to the IDC about the extent and the level of due diligence that they themselves have conducted in looking into this project before they could commit funding, before they could make financing decisions. And we as a department have been persuaded by the amount of work that the development finance institutions have put in terms of considering this project. And we think that the project of this magnitude deserves an opportunity and a consideration. There are instances where National Treasury completely misses the essence of this project, Chair. They talk about us having to ensure that Regulation 33 is followed and complied with. We're not buying anything from this leasee. We're not committing the city into any long-term contract. This is an alienation contract of 50 years. Regulation 33 becomes applicable when we're committing to contracts beyond 3 years. So National Treasury departs from an understanding that we are developing a fuel storage and then we're going to partner with this chap to buy products from him. We're coming with an applicant and already we're going to give him a fuel offtake. So there was that tone in the comments of National Treasury, which we are addressing in our response. So they raised that issue of Regulation 33 and us ensuring that we don't incur irregular expenditure in their comments. And that comment is misplaced because we're not buying anything. We're making land available for a development opportunity that's going to give us 5 billion of investment, 200,000 job opportunities, and that's going to unlock 840,000 of rental per month. And that, in addition to that, it's going to give us a fuel depot at the cost of the leasee. We assure the committee that we've done everything necessary from a legislative compliance point of view in terms of what we've had to do. And Tate Mafi, for instance, talks about the comment that Treasury made, where they are talking about an information statement that must be contained in the public notice. There's no such a thing in law. Regulation 34.3D of the Municipal Asset Transfer Regulations dictates that when we submit a report to council to request permission to conduct public participation, that request must contain an information statement. So it is the report that goes to council that must contain an information statement. It is not a public notice that must contain an information statement. So that reading of the Met regulation is inaccurate. They then go on to say, no, details of officials to whom feedback must be provided were not provided when we issued a public notice. And that is also inaccurate. I've attached as Annexure L the public notice that we issued. My details are contained in that public notice. If you open Annexure L in the annexures that I've attached to this thing, there's an annexure called Annexure, which is a public notice that we issued. And the details were contained of who are the people that comments must be submitted to, if there are objections, if there are inputs that people want to give. So, Chair, in terms of just the legislative compliance, the cycle that we followed, first and foremost, was to deal with Regulation 34 in terms of alienating high-value assets by going to the administrators and obtaining approval to conduct public participation. We did public participation, and the approval of the administrators is attached as Annexure A as Annexure B, rather, to the report that I've submitted to you. When we were done with that, we went back to council because the administrators had left and council was now in place. We then went back to council to present the feedback of the public participation and to request permission to now process this thing as an unsolicited bid. And Annexure B is the resolution of council which approved that council is prepared to process this as an unsolicited bid. Another public notice was issued informing the community that the application is being processed as an unsolicited bid and that anybody who's got an objection must approach the city to object. Nobody objected. Nobody approached the city to say that they are also interested in developing this thing. Nobody came to the city to say they already have done the amount of work that the leasee in this particular case has done. And we felt that on the basis of the work that has already been done, we are satisfied, firstly, that all due diligence has been complied with. Secondly, all the legislative requirements in terms of land alienation have been complied with. The point that we agreed fully with National Treasury on was the point that they were raising, where they were saying that we must make sure that in the event that we are to venture into a transaction of this nature, we've got all the knowledge at our disposal in terms of what we are getting ourselves into. Because, Chair, the city is doing an unsolicited bid on a land lease for the first time. We might have done unsolicited bids on all other things, but when it comes to land lease as a method of releasing land, an unsolicited bid is being done for the first time with this application. And we've made that point very clear, even when we're presenting the report to MEICO, that according to the work that we've done and according to the studies that we've undertaken, other cities have been more successful in terms of their property development, where they've processed unsolicited bids, and we would like, as part of the land value capture process that we are doing as a department, we would also like to unlock that method of land alienation to ensure that we attract investment, we capture investment, we unlock the value of our real estate assets. The argument that Waterloo is a high density area and all those things, the Waterloo is a fuel precinct of the city, Chair. There's already a BP storage there. There's already a Sasol storage there. We have actually also alienated portion 114. It was a much smaller portion, 114, which is in the heart of this precinct, to unlock and facilitate the support of Waterloo as a fuel storage and fuel related precinct. And we've said that as part of the lease process, the applicant is going to be required to do a full environmental impact assessment. That is a condition of this that is contained in the. So we think, Chair, on the basis of the work that has been done, on the basis of the due diligence and legislative requirements that are at play, we think as a department that we've ticked all the boxes. It may not have been perfect. And if the committee feels that the work has not been done sufficiently, we'll take that. And we'll take that as a lesson, whichever the outcome of this application is. We'll take that. We'll take those lessons. We'll ensure that we improve on those processes moving forward. But the essence of it is that we wanted to capture and unlock the opportunity that comes with an investment of this nature, given the uniqueness of the proposal, given the amount of work that has been done by the applicant itself to mobilize financing and to mobilize support of the other institutions. That is our long and short response, Chair. I hope I've covered all the issues that have been raised by members. If I haven't, I apologize, and I can come back with follow-up. Thanks, Chair.
Peko, please mute yourself. Thabiso, thank you for those responses. And I think our biggest challenge is that the report, as it sits in front of us, does not have sufficient information on the body of the report to deal with all of the requirements that you would have gone through to ensure compliance with the different pieces of legislation. They might be covered in the annexures in terms of the reports that have served in council, the reports that have served before the administrator. And I think what would assist is to cover in the body of the report the requirements in terms of the MET regulations, in terms of Section 14A, and a comment and a link to where the compliance related to those particular issues have been dealt with, the public participation process that was followed, and how that has been addressed, taking into account the comments from National Treasury in terms of the detail that was expected to have been included in the advert or the notice of the public participation, and linking to the requirements as they sit in Section 33 and Section 21A, with a confirmation of how we have complied. One of the issues that Treasury also raised in their letter was a record of the decision that was taken by the city and the accounting officer in particular, in determining that this will be dealt with as, or that the accounting officer accepts this as an unsolicited bid, and the considerations that were taken in actually accepting this particular proposal as an unsolicited bid, and why it would then make sense not to take it out back into the market, to allow the market to then submit proposals for this particular property. I think if we do that, then the report, I think for me, would be complete, and it would then be able to stand on its own without having to refer to annexures for information that can be confirmed, or at least raised, particularly from a compliance point of view, in the body of the report. I think also in the letter of Treasury, what we haven't really dealt with is confirmation and supporting annexures, in terms of the additional departments that Treasury suggests, or at least recommends they should be consulted, specifically the Department of Environment, Water and Sanitation, and the Presidency, because of other implications that the project would have, in terms of the environmental impact, the strategic impact, etc., etc., etc. I think that particular recommendation, I think, is quite key, because one of the issues is, if this report, and maybe before I get there, have we had a chance to actually engage with Treasury, particularly on issues where we believe they would have gotten the wrong end of the stick? Because it's quite important. I mean, this letter would sit in the records of council, and the only area where we challenge it is in the report to the BAC, without having written back to Treasury or having a bilateral with Treasury to deal with areas where we believe they might have gotten it wrong, because somebody would not have sight of the engagements that we are having now in this meeting, where this letter would form part of the record of council, where National Treasury is raising all of these issues, and all we are saying in our report is that they got it wrong. And I think as custodians of compliance, we must then be able to demonstrate to them that the information that we believe we've made available is sufficient to confirm compliance, so that if there is a need, they can supplement or replace their submission. We don't want a situation where whether Section 33 is applicable or not, the accounting officer is then held to task, and we are all held to task for proposing a decision that could potentially be inconsistent with the requirements of legislation. Members, your further inputs? Tembeka, your hand is up.
Chair, thank you. Oh, sorry, I didn't see Member Tembeka's hand.
Go ahead, James.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, look, I've listened to the explanations and the passion of the acting group head, and I am, really congratulating on that passion. But I have learned a lot on the supply chain processes of the city, And I have learned that there are certain things that may have been written by outside parties external to the organization, like, for example, the letter of IDC. In the bigger scheme of things, Chairperson, when investigations are done because we didn't tick all the boxes, we are going to be referred to the exact wording of some of these people that have guided and advised the city and submitted letters to the city. Like the IDC letter, for example, Chair, I don't put any value or any weight on the letter from the IDC. That is my first statement. I don't put value on that letter. I put value on all our internal processes that are required by law to be followed. And Thabisa says, as far as the department is concerned, they have ticked all the boxes. Now, if National Treasury says you have not, and if National Treasury says you, or if Thabisa says National Treasury must direct themselves on this, then I think I would have loved to see as part of the report, not encapsulated in the report, but as part of the report annexure and a discussion responding to the letter of National Treasury, to National Treasury, in the manner that the acting group head has done it into this committee right now. He must, or the departments must write back to National Treasury, stating their position point by point by point, raising the relevant legislation that guides them so that National Treasury understands if it is a question of National Treasury must direct them. Because at the end of the day, when trouble starts, with all due respect, Thabisa, when trouble starts, National Treasury will not be answering these questions. It will be this committee. Thabiso, sorry, man. I get too excited when I speak to him. Thabiso, and when National Treasury comes to us, they question you, they'll question the group head, Varusha, who's not part of this meeting. They'll question everybody else, including us as members of this committee. And we will be held to task and responsible. And we need to be seen to have applied our minds fully when dealing with this matter. Because I can sit here and the little money that I have, Thabiso, bet all of that to tell you this thing is going to come back. We have not ticked all the boxes. And just to give you an example of the IDC's letter, the mere fact that the heading of the IDC is in bold, telling you that it is a non-binding letter of support, should already put up red flags to you. I have just, during this discussion, spoken to colleagues from DTI. I used my position as member of the board of TASIS, and I called the DTI colleagues. And I asked them, guys, how regularly do you deal with IDC and how regularly do you deal with letters that states non-binding letter? And he says, no, we don't put any weight on those letters because they are non-binding. These guys have not even applied yet to IDC for any form of assistance. So IDC can just pull off the rag underneath their feet or just decline any assistance to this people because it's a non-binding letter. So I'm saying, guys, we are dealing here with matters where if us as a committee or certain members of this committee is not convinced of everything that is being presented as annexures, that it carries the weight that we expect it to carry, then I want to err on the rather err on the side of caution in relation to the position of National Treasury. That is what I'm saying. And if Thabiso and his team can then just respond to National Treasury, say everything that was said to us in terms of how National Treasury is misdirecting them, and let National themselves, and let National Treasury respond to that position of the department, and in this case of the city, to say that we are believing that we are doing the right thing, you have misdirected yourself in this way. And National Treasury's response to the city in this regard will then give me the comfort to say that we have really done everything that we were supposed to be doing. Because what Tabis was raised is to convince the committee. And the committee is still not sold on this thing that we have ticked all the boxes. I personally am not convinced that we've ticked all the boxes. So that is my final contribution to this discussion, Chairperson.
Thank you, Brad James.
Okay, my final comment on this report is the fuel storage and refinery facility is not a unique or innovation, and the fact that we've been approached by an investor, and the fact that we were not going to use the portion 20 of the RTP Sport Farm does not necessarily qualify it to be a unique project. And because as the city, we might have failed in looking at the possibilities around that area of how we can generate income. And for that, Chair, I am not convinced that this report, whether you've gone to National Treasury or other relevant stakeholders, it will then pass the requirements of an unsolicited bid, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Asminki, do you have any further input?
No, Chair, nothing from my side. I was just listening to the conversations made by my member teams.
Terry, so maybe as you respond, one of the requirements in terms of the National Treasury Practice Note when considering unsolicited bids, unsolicited proposals, at some point there's a requirement to actually put together an RFP into the market. Has there been any considerations in respect of that? And what would the department's views be if this particular proposal was actually sent out into the market for public consumption, so that we can then receive submissions that can be considered, evaluated, and taken forward. And maybe just as a last point, the recommendations with regards to the technical advisory, I think, would require a different process. So it wouldn't simply be a recommendation that is included in the report for adoption. I think would have to follow a process to a point. And I'm assuming you're talking about GTEC, unless if it's a different organization. So we'd have to remove that from this particular recommendation. You can comment, please.
Chair, just on your last point, even if the support does not come with financial implications, it would still have to be removed. Just so that I'm clear, because I'm making notes of what to do and how to remove, what to add and what to remove.
Are they giving it to us for free?
Yes.
Hey, supply chain advice. When you procure a service for free, it's still procurement. Okay, Ratu Petsang. What do you want to think about it?
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you. I'm here, sorry. Yeah, let me apply my mind to it. We'll advise once we have checked a few things.
Yeah, because I think even the point Tabiso made earlier on about Section 33 and its applicability, I think we also need to categorically deal with that particular point as we engage further with the National Treasury. Because I know 33.1 talks about financial obligations to the municipality over 3 years. And if you read that code, you know, it could indicate that because this is revenue and the expectation is not that the city will not spend, Section 33 might not be applicable. I think we just need to refute and clarify that categorically in our responses so that, you know, nobody else can challenge us. Go ahead, Tapis.
No, thanks, Chair. I did not reach out to National Treasury Chair, and perhaps we should have. The regulation requires that when we've received comments from National Treasury, that we address those comments in our responses, and that the report that gets tabled to the Bid Adjudication Committee demonstrates that the comments from National Treasury has been looked at and that they have been responded to, which is what we've done in 5.2.1. If the committee requires, and if the committee deems prudent, there's no harm though in us going back and engage in National Treasury. I must then, however, place on record, Chair, we had immense difficulties getting comments from National Treasury. We kept being sent from the MFMA compliance section to the Chief Procurement Officer and back. It took us in excess of 5 weeks to get somebody in National Treasury who eventually was able to give us the comments. But if the committee deems it prudent to go and engage National Treasury on the issues raised in the body of their comments, I will certainly take it upon myself to coordinate such an engagement and ensure that the further report that gets submitted here would be reflective of the feedback from National Treasury. Member Tembeka says it's not a unique proposal. I wouldn't know what interpretation or definition of uniqueness is, Chair. So it's difficult for me to engage with that view. If she says that this thing is the fuel storage by itself is not unique and therefore this thing would not pass as an unsolicited bid, it would be very difficult to engage with that view because I don't know what the interpretation or application of the concept of uniqueness is. I attempted in my feedback to unpack what we think are the unique features of this particular application. So I suppose she feels that that was not sufficient. So it's quite tricky to engage with that. I take the point raised earlier that we should go back, refine the report, and make sure that we demonstrate in each and every section of the report how we've complied with the various pieces of legislation and how the various legislative instruments have been applied. We can do that if that is the final decision of the committee, so that the report can be worked on a bit better and it can be refined. Our experience, CFO, has been that, and this builds on the discussion that was had at MECO. Our experience has been that when we get approached with proposals of this nature and we opt to test the market instead, through the supply chain process, we end up with lessees that do not have absolutely no intention of developing land. That is why in our assessment of Joburg and Cape Town, we've seen that those metros have been a bit more successful in their large-scale commercial developments, where they've done unsolicited bids as a method of land alienation. So if you take someone's proposal and you go to the market to test the market, you run a supply chain process, and eventually the property lands in the hands of a person who's got absolutely no clue what they're going to do. And this has been a practical experience that we've had as a department. And we forego a possible investment in favor of testing the market. But Chair, we are not insisting that the committee must approve this report. We are fully and entirely open to the advice of the committee in terms of how to deal with this report. And we will fully and entirely respect the final decision of the committee in respect of this particular application. As I said, we're testing this method of land alienation for the first time with this particular application because we saw value and we thought that sufficient work has been done that we could leverage as a city to unlock a development. So we'll take the final decision, whichever way it comes, from the adjudication committee on this application. We are not insistent on the application being considered for final approval. We're basically just putting forward a motivation based on our consideration of the application. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And maybe Thabiso, as a further point, there are some, and between yourself, supply chain and secretariat, there are some annexures that are not in the report. So, and you must just double check, and maybe in the body of the report, we must just list the related annexures so that we are also able to determine if there's anything missing. For example, there's A, B, C, D, D or E. Okay, I guess those are the letters of support. And then there's F. In your report, you've got G, but the annex just says GG. I don't know if there is an error. And then there's H, there's I, and then there's a double I, which is not reflected in your report. And then J, your report doesn't have a K. I don't know if it's by omission or it's an error. And then there's L in the report, but no L in the annexures, and M. So I'm not sure. It seems like there might be one or two annexures that might have been missed, and like I was saying, it could be a combination of when the report was loaded, that it did not have everything that is particularly then required. So I think for this committee, the most important thing is to demonstrate compliance with the different pieces of legislation in the report. And I think if, as a department, you are comfortable that those issues as required would have been complied with in terms of the different pieces of legislation, then the report can be tabled again once it has been clearly indicated in the report how and where one can then confirm such compliance. The second one is to then deal with the comments of the report. And the comments of National Treasury. And I think the importance of responding directly to National Treasury is to deal with areas where, as a city, we believe they got it wrong. Because my worry is just the record. If it is incorrect, I do not believe it's sufficient for us to simply respond to it in the report without having gone back to Treasury to indicate where we think they got it wrong. Because like the members are indicating, if the transaction were to be challenged tomorrow and Treasury is requested for comment, they will stick to the comments that they made on what they believe was an incomplete submission and what we believe is incorrect comments or misplaced comments from their side. So I think to protect the integrity of the city, integrity of the process, it would be important that we then engage with Treasury and clarify. And if they are able to respond to that particular letter that we will then resend to them, I think it's something even better. But at the very least, we must demonstrate that we've responded to them in terms of areas where we think they've got it incorrect, and request their further comments on it. Members, can we refer it back? Are there any further inputs that you would like the department to deal with in the report? Okay, no further inputs. Justice, do you have a view on that question?
No, Chair, I take your summary on the issues that we should work with the department to attend to the issues that have been raised by the committee.
There was a specific question on GTech. If it's free of charge, what process should we be following?
No, Chair, I assumed we will address that as part of the further work that we need to do.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I think let's include that as an additional point to then take into account. And maybe Thabiso, I think apply your mind to the relevance of the National Treasury Practice Note on unsolicited bids, and whether it's applicable in this instance, and if so, the steps that we should then follow to, because it's meant to be a guide to ensure compliance with regulation. I'm saying 37, I'm hoping I'm making reference to the correct regulation.
It is, yeah, it is.
Okay, perfect. Members, can we refer it back?
Yes, Chair. Let's refer back.
At least, Thabiso, you've got a contact at National Treasury, so it's not going to take you 5 weeks.
No, thank you so much, Chair, to yourself and the members. We'll definitely do some further work on this.
Thank you. Mapula, can we then go to the next item, 3.2?
The next item is 3.2. Property Asset Management and Advisory Service Division, Investment Property. It's a corrective report of GPM 01/2020-21, tender invitation for the long-term lease and development of council-owned properties 396, 397, 398, 399, 401, 402, and 403 Roslyn Extension 2.
Thank you. Acting Group Head.
Thanks, yeah. I'm not sure how the item landed on the agenda. It has already served. It was a corrective report on a detail of a lease that had already been awarded. I think the property was awarded to Caliber Consulting. They had some issue with their company registration. So I request the report to be removed from the agenda. It has already been considered.
And you've got a resolution to that effect?
Yes, sir. Yes, we do.
All right, thank you. Let's remove it. Mapula, let's go through the next item.
Chairperson, the group head for water and sanitation is in. Can I to item 2? Okay, item 2.1.
Yeah, 2.
No, he's not ready. He's not even muted. He's here with other things.
No, Chair, my sincere apologies. I'm here. It was my favorite colleague, Thabiseng. He was asking, so I was telling her it's only these 2 reports that will be approved. That I'm sitting in Tshwane House. Thank you.
Proceed, Mapula.
2.1 HHS 01/2015-16 refurbishment of the Congo spray and summer place water refurbishment plant, package plant, water pipeline, and storage services.
Group head.
Chair, thank you very much, and my sincere apologies for the noise. I'm in Tshwane House on the corridor. I'm out. The bottom is occupied. My name is Stephen Notwane. I am the group head for the Water and Sanitation Department. Chair, I don't go alone. I go with my colleague, Refilwe, and I would like to ask through yourself, Chair, for her to introduce herself. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Refilwe Chuta from Water and Sanitation Department. I declare that I do not have interest on the items that are going to serve today. The report as introduced, the purpose is to request extension of time on contract HHS 01 2015-16 for the refurbishment of Brongos Bay and Summer Place water treatment plant. The extension of time is requested due to stoppages by business forum and local resident. The contractor for the project was appointed through the framework HHS 01 on the 24th of December 2020 at a tender price of 105,639,214 inclusive of VAT and contingencies. The project commencement was on the 1st of March 2021 for estimated construction duration of 18 months, and the due completion date is the 31st August 2022. The scope of works consists of various mechanical and electrical refurbishment at both Brongos Bay water purification plant and Summer Place water purification plant, and also the installation of a new water abstraction point at both plants. The contractor experienced two delays. First delay, the work was stopped by local business forum on the 6th May to the 14th May 2021. The number of days affected was 7 days. The intention for extension of time was lodged by the contractor on the 15th of May 2022 and 18 June 2022. The final claim was submitted on July 2022. The engineer has evaluated the claim and granted extension of time to be revised from 31 August 2022 to 9 September 2022. The other delay was as a result of the local resident who was refusing access for the contractor to proceed with works along house number 40 at Drakensberg. The local resident demanded a notification period of 14 days. He also demanded the contractor to be liable for replacement of his pool pumps and other cables which were fed through a municipal line. And he also demanded the employer to confirm the works that would be undertaken. The confirmation letter was issued to the contractor, to the local resident. However, the problem remained unresolved. As the department, we requested intervention of a TMPD, and they also went to site and they advised the contractor to proceed with the works. But yeah, it was just difficult to deal with the local resident because he demanded further consultation. So the problem was eventually resolved on the 9th of February 2022. And the installation affected other works because the work was to be done by SMMEs, who then prevented other SMMEs to proceed with their works. So in total, the number of days lost is 68 days. The claims were submitted in terms of general conditions of contract, and the engineer has ruled in favor of the contractor. And the revised completion date, taking into consideration the 68 days, it's from 9 September to 14 December 2022. The progress is currently at 72% and expenditure is 66%. The report received positive comments from all departments: finance, supply chain, legal, and EPMU. And the project has budget in the 2022-23 financial year. It is therefore recommended for the contract HHS 01 2015-16 for Brongos Bay and Summer Place to be extended from 31 August 2022 to 14 December 2022. And the group head water and sanitation manages budget incurred within the approved cost center and WPS. The report is tabled, Chairperson.
Thank you, Roshile. Members, your comments? James? James? Okay. Member Mpefu?
Supported, Chair.
Osminki?
Chair, sorry, man, I was battling to unmute. I don't have a problem with the extension of time, Chairperson. I just wanted to check in the recommendation, Steve. I just saw the extension of time, so there is no financial implications on this one. Am I right? If I can just get confirmation on that one. Refilwe, does this have a financial implication?
No, there are no financial implications
Because I couldn't pick it up on the recommendations. Maybe it's me trying to work through these things fast. But Chairperson, it's supported, and on the proviso also that the department really ensure that they seriously project manage this project in order for us not to sit again for another extension of time due to one or other reason into the future. So this should be the only and the last extension of time request as far as these projects are concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. EPMU, I see your comments talk about time-related claims. Can you just clarify that?
Leon is here, Chairperson. Leon, can you respond?
Thank you, Chair. I'm battling to find out where we got that comment, because I'm also trying to scan through the whole document and I see nowhere there's time cost, so I'm not sure how that came. Unfortunately, I didn't write this comment, and I don't have all the background where it's coming from, but the report says there's no cost. So I think we should approve it that way, but I don't know whether we came with our comment on it. What I can do is, if you want to hold it a little bit, I can phone in and Lynn quickly, because she did this recommendation, then I can come back here within a second. And I can give you the answer where that comes from.
Okay, please do.
Thank you.
Refilwe, maybe you know something while he's checking.
Yes, Chairperson. The first 7 days, it has cost implications which can be accommodated within the 10% contingencies, and the amount is around 178,000. And then the second claim of 68 days, it does not have time-related cost.
Yeah, but we must write it like that in the report. Otherwise,
Chair, sorry, Chair, sorry. That's exactly what I was concerned about, that certain things are not clearly stipulated to us. And that is why I said in the recommendation, I do not see anything related to cost, and Refilwe confirmed that. And now the story is now changing somewhat to say the first 7 days. And then, you see, the recommendation must be very clear for us as a committee. In order for us to recommend such things, we need the openness of the department and the honesty of the department in giving us full information that we as a committee must be able to apply our minds. Because the issue here as a BAC chairperson, and I am saying this with all due respect to everybody on this platform that is seized with writing reports of BEC or BAC, whatever the case may be, that we need to apply our minds, and we can only apply our minds what is presented before us. Anything that comes out later during an investigation that was not before us, it didn't enable us to apply our minds, and therefore we take wrong decisions and make wrong recommendations because of the type of information provided to this BAC. And I think it's something that everybody in this city must learn. Don't be stingy with information when it comes to supply chain management. Tell the truth, give us the facts as they are. Even if it's 10 recommendations, as long as it tells the story within the body of the report, then I will be much more comfortable. So I'm just requesting, Chair, that thing that I was stated now, that statement regarding the 7 days and the 60 days, let it be captured as part and parcel of the recommendation, because that is what we need to recommend to the city manager. Never mind the fact that it may not have an impact on the global fee. It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, whoever reads the report must speak for itself. Couple of months, couple of years down the line, when most of us are not here, and this thing comes back, who's going to talk on this report? They're going to come to my house. I'll have dementia already. I can't remember a damn thing about what was said in this meeting. So I'm saying we need to be very cautious what kind of reports we accept as a BAC. When reports are not telling the story the way it should, and the recommendations are not clear, then we can't recommend such reports, Chairperson. So I am insisting that the recommendation be amended.
Thank you, Member Murphy. From EPMU, can we confirm that is the view?
Yes, sorry, I thought the review we already confirmed it. I'll phone Annelien anyway. Thank you.
Oh, okay, no, that's fine. If you didn't, it's fine. So members, can we then adopt the report with the amendment that 8.2 indicates that the 7 days would have time-related costs of 174,293 and 41 cents that will be paid out of contingencies. Ausminki?
Thank you, Chair. Just a small correction on the report. On the paragraph that talks about TMPD, the date should be corrected as 2021, not 2022, because you are not yet in November this year. Thanks, Chair. Just a small correction.
You, as amended, colleagues?
As amended, Chairperson.
As amended, Chair.
Thank you. Item 2.2.
Item 2.2 WS09 2022-23, tender for supplying, commissioning and maintenance of telemetering equipment and other system for remote monitoring and controlling of the City of Tshwane bulk water system as and when required.
Thank you. Who's going to take us through? Or who's the chairperson?
Mr. Hopper is not in the meeting.
Secretary, was he? Sorry, yes, sorry. I've struggled to unmute. Chairperson, good morning, and members of the BAC. My name is Victor Hopper. I'm here to present the report. Thank you.
Just do your declarations and proceed.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Victor Hopper. I declare that I don't have any interest in the report that I'm going to present now, any other matters that have been discussed or have been discussed in the BAC. Thank you. I'm going to present to you, Chair, WS09 2022-2023, tender for the supplying, commissioning, and maintenance of telemetering equipment and other systems for remote monitoring and controlling of the City of Tshwane's bulk water systems as and when required. Chair, this is the contract duration for this tender is 3 years. This bid, Chair, was advertised on the 10th of June 2022 closed on the 18th of July. There was a compulsory briefing session on the 1st of July 2022. The official responsible for this bid chair from the department is Herman Sokolela and Edwin Makaga being the admin official responsible for administration of this bid. This is the first report chair to the BAC from this particular committee, which is a bid evaluation committee 1 for water and sanitation 2022-2023 tenders. I, Victor Kopa, am the chair of this committee chairperson, supported by members of Mr. Dumisani Chavalala from Bulk Services, Mr. Zolisa Gumbela from Water and Sanitation, Ms. Kagiso Mulemo from Bulk Water, and Ms. Murutsi Mphatlele from Corporate Legal Compliance. Chair, this bid was advertised in 3 media houses, City of Tshwane website, Pretoria News, and the Beard. It was advertised for a period of 33 days, which is indeed above the minimum required by the BAC. Chair, on the day of the closing, we received 9 bids. And the tender is valid for a period of 90 days, which expires on the 15th of October 2022. Chair, from page 3 to 79 of the report is the specifications of this bid. Of our interest as BEC is the evaluation criteria, which we focused on to evaluate the bid. Chair, this is a pre-qualification tender where it requires that successful bidders must be committed to subcontract a minimum of 30% of this tender to an EME or QSE, which is at least 51% owned by black people. Tenderers therefore were expected to indicate in their tender documents if they are prepared to subcontract the 30% or not. Also, it's a 4-stage evaluation criteria. Stage 1 being admin compliance, 2 mandatory requirements, 3 functionality criteria, and preference point system, which is the final stage. So in terms of the stage 1 admin compliance, as a general, as a standard, bids are evaluated against the responsiveness in their returnable documents that they would have submitted. But what is key amongst that is the returnable documents are the MBD forms, one being for declaration of interest, the other declaration of bidders past supply chain practices, management practices, and thirdly, MBD 89, which is a certificate of independent bid determination. Also, bidders chair must be registered with the National Treasury database. That is the process that relates to admin compliance. Secondly, mandatory requirement chair is that it's non-negotiable requirement. This one where bidders must first submit proof of electronic or instrumentation qualification with a minimum of entry trade test certificate. Secondly, as part of mandatory requirements, bidders must submit proof of Microsoft certified system engineer qualification. The third stage is functionality chair, which requires experience firstly in telemetry systems, where there must be a reference letter attached. Secondly, previous experience on digital radio systems. Thirdly, years of experience in instrumentation and electricians. There must also be a technician with a minimum of entry trade certificate. It's also required that there's the number of years of experience on PC software and networking is required. Also, the bidder's experience on the maintenance of PLC and HMI. Not too sure what that is, Chair, but it's part of the requirements in the specification. Finally, there's a local economic participation, which for which a proof of utility or lease agreement must be attached. In this stage, Chair, which is functionality, the minimum score to be achieved is 70. So if a bidder achieves more than 70 or more, they will then qualify for the next stage, which is the final one, and below they will then be disqualified. The final stage, stage 4, is preference point system, Chairperson. Chair, as indicated, on the closing date of this bid, 9 bids were received, and all of them had attended a briefing session, which I've indicated earlier, Chair, that is a compulsory briefing session. We then subjected this 9 bids to a pre-qualification assessment, Chairperson, and out of the 9, from bidder 1 to 9, 2 bidders indicated very clearly, Chair, in their bid documents that they are not going to subcontract this bid. And as a result, they get disqualified for further evaluation. That is bidder number 2 and 3. And therefore, after having disqualified those, then we're left with 7 bidders, Chair. And those bidders were then subjected to admin compliance, and what admin compliance was checked is that the 2 bidders, further 2, did not indicate, or they wrongly indicated in their MVD 4 that they don't have any interest in other companies, whereas they do. When we checked the CSD, it was confirmed that indeed these bidders have interest in other businesses. That would be bidder. Sincere apology, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I have it here. I was just going through the report. Bidder number 6 and 7, out of the 7 that were left from pre-qualification, did not declare in terms of involvement in other businesses, and therefore they were disqualified. That's bidder 6 and 7. And after that, Chair, we then were left with 5 bidders, which is bidder 1, 4, 5, 8, and 9, which were subjected to mandatory evaluation, Chair. And as indicated earlier in the mandatory evaluation, we look at the qualifications, Chair, for electronic and instrumentation qualification, and we look at the Microsoft certified engineering qualification. Out of the 5, Chair, that were subjected to this part of the evaluation, bidder number 1, bidder number 5, and bidder number 8 had submitted what is required and were advanced to the next stage of evaluation. And bidder number 4 and 7 were disqualified for failure to meet the mandatory requirements. Bidder number 4 failed to submit both qualifications, and bidder number 9 submitted the second one, but did not submit the first qualification. As a result, those bidders were disqualified, Chair. And we were left with 3 bidders, 1, 5, and 8, that were subjected to functionality evaluation. Chair, functionality evaluation was carried out, and the results are on page 89, where bidder number 1 sadly failed to meet the minimum scores, which is 70. They scored only 61. Bidder number 5 scored 95, and bidder number 8 scored the same number of points. As a result, bidder number 1 was then disqualified at this level. We were then left with 2 bidders, bidder number 5 and 8, that had scored 95 on functionality, Chair. And these 2 bidders were therefore subjected to preference point system. They competed there, Chair, and the bidders had quoted per item as a rate per item. There's quite numerous items that were listed in the specifications. Chair, it's about 4 or 5 pages. But for evaluation purposes, Chair, the quoted rates were added for each bid to arrive at a total for purposes of evaluation. And that exercise, after having been considered, bidder number 5 Total was 5,381,270.86, and bidder number 8 total of this rate is 4,580,883.80. Therefore, bidder number 8 chair out of this particular stage of evaluation scored the highest points, and therefore, following this this particular final evaluation chair, it is therefore recommended by the BEC that bidder number 8, maybe to mention the name Hybrid Control Corporation Chair, they recommended for the tender for supplying, commissioning, and maintenance of telemetering equipment and other systems for remote monitoring and controlling of the City of Tshwane's bulk water system as and when required for a period of 3 years, in line with the rates that have been included in the report. Thank you very much, Chair. The report is presented for approval by the BAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Members, the report is tabled for your comments and questions. James?
Chair, why do you like starting with me, Ma? Okay, but it's fine.
Because
Chair,
you are on fire today.
Because you are a boss.
Chair, just 2 or 3, I won't say minor things, but recent experience have taught me that those things that we sometimes look at as minor are precisely the things that comes back to us. I just want the chairperson of the committee to confirm, of the BEC committee, to confirm to this BAC Adjudication Committee chairperson whether they confirmed, verified with the CIDB level, and that they can confirm that it was within the range or it was within the scope, the mandatory scope of the CIDB requirements. If they can confirm that, and you would know what I'm talking about when I'm asking that that be confirmed to us. The second thing that I want, perhaps just maybe from the BAC side, chairperson, you will guide and direct. I try to make a calculation of the numbers just to make sure that at least when we recommend correct numbers to the accounting officer, because I've noticed that a few letters had to be withdrawn and retracted and revised for other letters because of 1 or 2 errors in whatever the case may be. So my suggestion is, where we speak about so many numbers, that maybe somebody from finance can just please, before we confirm the recommendations to the city manager, or recommend to the city manager the recommendations from the BEC, that the numbers are correct, they tally up properly, so that we don't find ourselves with miscalculations. The third and final point for myself, Chair, and you would understand, having been in the utility business for some time now, I've learned quite a bit about certain things, especially issues that relates to technology. Whether the IP on this matters has been confirmed and whether it resorts back to the city, I could not pick up whether that is confirmed by the chairperson, that we retain ownership of all that, the IP becomes ours. And the reason for that, chairperson, is very simple. I'm going to draw a direct comparison with what we have in the electricity department, for example, with your I don't know whether you can still call it tamper-proof boxes, because they prove not to be as tamper-proof as was initially thought. But now that the service provider, who is the original equipment manufacturer, is out of the system, we are battling to open some of these tamper-proof boxes in which some of our prepaid meters are installed. Where the result is when people buy tokens, they can't punch it in because we can't open those boxes. So we have to get the current service provider to get to the OEM who's charging us a separate fee to come and open the boxes. So it looks like it's a value chain of continuous feeding that is being created. So I just want us to make sure that at least on this level, that we have sufficiently addressed the issues that when the service provider leaves after 3 years, we are either not forced to extend or everything shut down and we are back to square one, because the service provider is now not only required to supply, but also to manage all these telemetry devices and equipment that we are busy acquiring, as well as the control room. And Stevens, I'm not so sure whether your current control room for your telemetry is situated, but is that also the same one that is going to be used by the service provider with much more modernized equipment? If somebody can just verify those aspects for me, Chairperson. Other than that, I don't have a problem with the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Brother James. Asminki.
Chair, as COO has indicated, this needs somebody with a background, electricity background of some sort, and I'll just have to rely on him specifically on the issues that he have raised, because from my side I don't have any comments, Chair.
Aston Becker.
No comments from my side.
Victor.
Thank you very much. I'm not too sure if I understood the first question from the CEO correctly, but if it has to do with the fact that as a committee, we confirmed or verified the CSD requirements, it is indeed the case we did that. We actually requested certain documents, including the issue of whether there was a briefing session and if everybody has been in the briefing session. We did, in as far as we try not to get involved in the administration of the tender as members of the BEC, but we tried to request this information just to verify. But I'm not too sure if that is actually the question. Or maybe I misunderstood it.
No, you didn't misunderstand the question. That is what I wanted you guys to confirm, especially the grading of the company in terms of its level. Those that are in the know will know why I'm asking that particular question. I cannot divulge much more than that, except whether the grading levels are indeed correct.
Thank you, Brother James. I was looking through the annexes to just pick up if there's attachments in terms of the supporting documents, or particularly the disqualifications. Actually, my laptop is just a bit slow in opening PDFs. Can you just confirm if there were specific reasons provided by the two bidders that categorically said they would not subcontract, or if it's just the issue of them indicating that they will not subcontract, and whether you've just attached the MBD4 for the two that were disqualified for not declaring their interest in other companies. If you can just clarify that for me.
Firstly, the issue of subcontracting. There's a requirement in the tender documents where bidders must state a yes and no whether they will they are prepared to subcontract. Then these two bidders indicated with a no that they are not going to subcontract. And for the MBD, the bidders are required in the MBD 4 to state whether they have interest in any other businesses, whether those businesses are tendering for this bid or not. So they needed to state that if they do, they must indicate yes and state the details, meaning the names of those other businesses that they've got interest in. And in our case, they indicated no, but in trying to verify that, then we used the CSD to find that they indeed have interest in other businesses, Chair. Thank you.
So those related documents, are they available as part of the annexures? Like I indicated, my PDF is a bit problematic this morning, so I'm unable to just confirm that.
To the annexures that shared by administration to check if they are there. But they're supposed to be part of the report, Chair.
But the BC has had sight of those two.
The BC has a sight of it, yes, Chair, indeed.
Justice, can we confirm CSD, please? Justice? Governor Justice Hati. He joins this meeting and then he does his own thing. Mapule, just confirm that attachment. It's taking a bit of time to open on my side. Tax compliance. It says hybrid tax compliance.
They are compliant, Chair. I'm just checking the name.
So the report was pulled on the 11th of August, and they are tax compliant. Members, can we recommend on rates? So if we can just remove those totals and the quantities. So in the recommendations, we'll then have the table which has got number, description, units, and rate. All of the other two columns can just fall off. Please, members, as amended.
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
Thank you. Our next item.
The next item is item 4. That's from Human Settlement 4.1. Report to request the Bid Adjudication Committee to recommend the extension of time for Mabapan Extension 12, contract for the supply and installation of water rectification, waterborne sanitation system, and toilet top structures on 539 stands. Claim for extension for period of 82 days. Claim number 1.
Thank you. Who's taking us through from the department? Let's defer. Item 5.
Item 5, it's from ROC 5.1 HHR 01 2018-19, appointment of a professional service of CHS agent in terms of construction, Regulation 2014 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act for the maintenance of roads, stormwater breaches, safety control devices, and other related construction works in Tshwane as and when required on tendered rates and available budget 3-year term.
Thank you. Who's taking us through?
Morning, Chair. Morning, colleagues. My name is Stephen Macheve, and then I'll be taking you through this report today. As delegated by the Group H ROC department, we submitted our delegation letters already and our declaration. And then I will, as such, as well declare on record that I have no personal interests on this particular matter that I'll be presenting before the committee today. And then with me to assist is someone I do, and through you, Chair, maybe we give him an opportunity to also declare, and then we can commence with the presentation as such. Thank you.
Good day, Chair. Good day, members. My name is Soma Naidu. I hereby declare that I do not have any interest in the tender that is going to be presented today. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. As already has been mentioned, ours today is to present this report on appointment of a professional service provider of a professional services on appointment of a CHS agent, that is Occupational Health and Safety. I think that's OHS agent in terms of construction regulation 2014 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act for the maintenance of roads and stormwater bridges and safety control devices and other construction works in Tshwane as and when required on tendered rates available budget, based on available budget on a 3-year term. That is a delivery period of 36 months, estimated expenditure budget over this particular period of 36 months is 9 million, and then the envisaged budget availability in the MINTREF, it's 57 million. And then we will move to introduction and specify that the specifications were basically compiled and requests were sent out on the 9th of May 2022. A briefing session took place on the 11th of May 2022, closed on 17 May 2022. Evaluation date was 20 May 2022. And then the department is the regional operation division. And then as we'll be taking you through, you will see that the 27 service providers were basically invited, as this appointment is through the HHS framework contract. So 27 providers were requested or were basically invited to bid. 8 were received back. And then we do list our cost center where the funds are available. It's 92512. And then the GL account is 145920. No, it's 415920, 415922, 415980, 415929. Now, coming to the body of the report, the specifications are attached as Annex C. I trust that the committee members, they do have that particular specification attachment. And then item number 4 of the report deals with the service providers that were invited. As we've mentioned, 27 service providers were invited to bid. And then we move to item number or section 5 of the report, where 8 bidders were received. Oh no, I mean, like section 5 deals with those that attended the briefing session. Remember, as I said in the beginning, that we had a briefing session. Only 7 attended the briefing session. And then section 6 of the report talks about those that submitted bids back. We received 8 bids, meaning that one of the bidders didn't attend the briefing session, which is bidder number 2, Commencement. They did not attend the briefing session. As such, as the briefing session was compulsory, they wouldn't be considered further in this evaluation process. We move to section 7 of the report, administrative compliance checking, where company registration, tax clearance, BBBEE, rates and taxes were checked, and almost everyone was found to be in order administratively, and as such, all 7 bidders, all 7 bidders that attended the briefing went through. And then section 8, which is a schedule of compliance, where we looked at MBD3, MBD4, MBD5, MBD6, MBD 6.1, MBD 6.2, MBD 7.1, MBD 8, MBD 9, and then all of them were found to have completed those particular MBD forms. No one was found not to have completed that. And then we had disqualifications though on MBD4 due to misrepresentation as some of the bidders, which is bidder number 1, 5, and 7, where we found that they didn't declare accordingly in terms of the requirements of MBD4, and as such, they wouldn't be considered further. And then we moved on to mandatory requirements. That is section 10 of the report, which is now in stage number 2, mandatory requirements. After disqualifying the 3, now it was only 4 bidders left. That is bidder number 3, bidder number 4, bidder number 6, and bidder number 8. Those were considered for mandatory requirements assessments. And then with the mandatory, what was specified was the administration, meaning the admin officer. They must have a registered safety agent, and then reference letters in terms of completion of their work that they have done to prove their experience to basically execute on this project. And then as such, bidder number 3 were found not to have a registered agent in terms of the SACP-CMP. That is the professional body that registered occupational health and safety agents. And then as such, they couldn't provide evidence for that. And then bidder number 4, they were found that they've provided everything that was required. So maybe back to bidder number 3 quickly. They complied with the administrative part in terms of the admin officers and whatever we needed administratively. They complied with the completion letters or reference letters, The only thing that they didn't comply on was on registered safety agent. Bidder number 4 complied on all aspects. Bidder number 6, they complied on administration safety agent, but not on the reference letters. Their reference letters were not sufficient to meet the specifications. Bidder number 8, they complied administratively, but the registered safety agent, they couldn't provide proof that they have such within their structures. And then the reference letters were in order. And then as such, bidder number 3, bidder number 6, bidder number 8 were disqualified for further consideration. And then we moved to section 11, where now we were going to the price, which is the stage of the pricing. And then the only bidder considered in this regard after the mandatory assessments, it was bidder number 4. And they were the sole bidder that emerged to the price level. And they provided a total bid price of 4,224,550, exclusive of VAT, for year 1, and for year 2, 4,398,625, exclusive of VAT. And then year 3, 4,746,739. That it is in year 3. And then that was the consideration of the prices that on the eligible bidders that were considered for pricing. And then we moved on to section number 12, as we only had one bidder considered for the pricing. And then the pricing was, unlike the scoring is on an 80-20, 80% being price and 20 being BEE or triple BEE contribution. And then as such, as bidder number 4 were the only one, they scored 100 points on that particular scoring on the price that they basically submitted. Then as such, they were recommended for appointment for year 1 at a total bid of 4,858,232.50 rands. Year 2, 5,058,418.75. Year 3, 5,458,750. No, 4,458,750.52. And then in total, these prices include VAT. I must emphasize that these prices include VAT. Total amount for the 3 years is 15,375,401 rand and 77 cents. So our estimates, they don't include VAT. These prices do include VAT that I'm reading right now. And then as we mentioned before, the budget availability over the 3-year period is 57 million. And then if we move to section 16 or 15, the National Treasury database, that was also checked and confirmed that the shareholders do not appear on the National Treasury of Restricted Suppliers. Section 16, tax compliance with on CSD, the recommended bidder, that is bidder number 4, they were found to be compliant. And then section 17 deals with all the annexures, which I believe the committee should have those submitted to them from Annexure A up to an Annexure K. And that is the end of our report. So it is recommended to the BAC that the bidder number 4, Jurapi Consulting, be recommended for appointment of professional services of OHS agent in terms of construction regulation 2014 for the Occupational Health and Safety Act for maintenance of roads and stormwater bridges, safety and safety control devices, and other related construction works in Tshwane as and when required on tendered rates and available budget over a 3-year term. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So has the department identified projects where the OHS would be required agent?
Yes, Chair, it is on our maintenance contracts where we will be requiring this agently.
But I mean, have you identified specific projects where you would be utilizing these OHS agents?
Yes, that will be on roads maintenance, stormwater maintenance projects, road maintenance projects. We also have, we will also manage bridges. We also maintain bridges. I mean, we maintain traffic signs. We do road markings. Those are the continual projects that will be rolling out over the 3-year period. Chair.
Yeah, because my worry is that we might be seen to be closing other bidders that are on the panel from participating in particularly your projects over a period of 3 years if we do it the way that we have. Because then what it does, it says any work that would require an OHS agent over the next 3 years would then be allocated to this particular company without having been transparent about what those number of projects could potentially be and what that expenditure could have potentially been. And there's a risk that it might be seen to be unfair, because now from the panel, you are then blocking again appointment for a period of 3 years without allowing other bidders to essentially submit proposals for that particular work. And then I'm going to ask supply chain to just come in later on to just advise. I could possibly be smoking something, but that is my sense really at the moment. And your recommendation doesn't then include those particular rates. Currently, you've got total amounts in year 1, 2, and 3, and I'm assuming those are based on estimated quantities that you would have made available to the bidders to indicate for evaluation purposes.
Yes, Chair. We agree on the rates. We need to bring the rates into the picture here. But the panel that we are pointing from, the HHS, is not specifically for OHS functions only. It's quite a wide panel. So it's not just the HHS as service providers there. So the reason we're using that because of it also caters for that. And then out of that whole pool, we just needed, I think in this case, we specifically needed 1 or 2 service providers. But the way that the evaluation came out, it was only 1. And that is how, but then it means if each and every time we need to appoint on a maintenance contract, it means that every time there is a maintenance project that we must do. We must go through this process. And what we are doing here is to assist the process in the sense that once there is a project, and then we know, because we have maintenance project, like budget every year for roads, for example. So immediately we commence, it's not even a matter of when there is a budget. Immediately we commence with our maintenance program. Then this particular service provider will come in, and then they will undertake those occupational health and safety compliance, because it's important that we will comply with the regulation and the Department of Labor requirements, that on site everyone is safe and everything is done according to the book. All documentation that we need to have on site are there on site. So that is the idea with this. But the panel, it is very wide open. I can't remember how many people are in that panel.
Which expertise on the panel did we utilize? Do you know? Or what supply chain advice, just to determine the fit and applicability of that specific discipline for this work?
I didn't get that, Chair.
I'm saying you referred to the panel being quite wide. So what is the sector or expertise that was utilized in the panel?
In this case, we needed those that they have occupational health and safety expertise in terms of that the hands on the mandatory. We require that they must have registered safety agents with the relevant body, SACP. That is the relevant body, is one of the things that we checked. And then as well, we needed evidence to say that give us your references and the completion letters of the work, prior work that you have basically undertaken, to make sure that we narrow it down to those that they are dealing with the occupational health and safety. And then even when supply chain, they can come in when they invite. There are those in the panel that they are specifically listed for occupational health and safety. And I want to believe that with their invite, they zoomed in onto that specific for occupational health and safety.
Thanks. So I think sorry about that. Just for the benefit of members. So under HHS, it's sector 9, which is for occupational health and safety. There's a total of 28 bidders that were appointed in that particular sector. There might be an error in the report, because I also counted 20
people. They will also go to HHS, get their safety agent who will look at the water. And then electricity people will go to the same HHS, get the safety agent who will look at the electricity. Then in that case, if we need to manage the abuse, maybe we should just close it up in that manner, that this is just be specific for this, so that those other ones as well can go and give other service providers a chance to do it, so that we don't close out anyone. That's what I would recommend, Chair.
Thank you. Member Mpufu, before you come in, can I just get comments from SCM on the issues that I had raised?
Yes, Chair. I think two critical issues first, that yes, at original panel listing, the registration documents of the professionals were tested. However, in this spec, I think just to make sure that the people that are bidding are still in the industry, they had put this mandatory requirement. And yes, I have the winning bidders document in front of me. The certificate is here of the professional who is leading this team, and it's current. It expires 31 March 2023. The other point you had wanted to check was whether this is a rate-based appointment or not. Let me just pull up this window here and annexure that shows the rates. This is the pricing schedule that has been put in this bid. I hope you can see the screen in front of you. If you look, they had estimated quantities for year one. In a way, if you look at that, for example, it says revise and amend health and safety specifications per tender, and there's a quantity 10, and then there's a rate. So I assume this rate is per one. So for 10 is then 80,000. So each spec that will be reviewed, they will then for that item charge 8,000, and then for assessment and etc. 25, and so on. So that is how the pricing is basically done for each year. If you look at it, site and office administration for the duration, it says 300. I assume it's 300 hours or so for that period. And if you go to the next page, so it goes like that. So this is for year one. And then traveling, they estimated 100,000 kilometers. So that figure is for that total of kilometers. So this then becomes a fixed appointment for year one, year two, and then year three, like that. So the total being that. The only difficulty, of course, is for them to then manage the quantities to ensure that they don't deviate from these quantities over the 3-year period. So that's why the recommendation is a total rate of a total figure of that based on their pricing schedule. So it's a total fixed appointment of that 15 million based on the quantities that they had estimated. Chair, I hope that addresses the two critical questions that you had wanted us to confirm.
Oh,
Did I
that's
leave?
fine.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
There's no concern from SCM in terms of closing other bidders, as was raised as a concern earlier on.
No, because as you can see, we had invited everybody in the panel.
Well, I guess if it's a fixed appointment, then it then deals with the issue because it's got a contract amount. My worry was if it's on rates, which is what the department is indicating, and it becomes an as and when required, it might not have a ceiling.
Yeah. So in this case, it is fixed for the services that they've identified. So if they exhaust any of those quantities, it means they will have to restart the process naturally.
Member Mpefu?
Chair, I wanted to sort of support the department when Stephen was explaining the reason on such an appointment. It made sense, Chair, to say it's going to be difficult for them because this is health and safety agent on such activities for them on the maintenance of roads, bridges and stuff. For them, every time there's a requirement, they need to run to us. And perhaps maybe we could have done it differently in a sense that we then understanding that ROC has different regions, maybe our appointment should have been structured in such a way that the appointment is based on different regions. I think he then came up with a solution maybe because they understand the environment better. Because I think if we had done it in that way, where we say if you've got a certain area or a certain region, then you are not eligible to be a safety agent on a particular region, that would have been seen as a fair approach in terms of making sure that all the service providers in a particular category are given work. So I wanted to say I do understand the approach of a 3-year, and I do understand the fact that even though it's rate-based, there must be a cap, Chair, that says not exceeding so much if it's just this one. But if it was based on certain areas and all the 7 maybe regions were covered, then it would have been seen as a fair allocation of work to those that are in this panel, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Brother James, further questions? Ask Minky.
Yeah, I'm covered.
Covered, Chair.
I'm covered. I read through the heading itself, and it's only confined to roadworks, bridges, and construction on related matters. I was concerned about all other construction work, but because it has a reference of related, meaning related to the roads, so that it is confined to only the division that Macheve is responsible for. So as far as that is concerned, then I'm covered. Thanks.
Thank you. Then colleagues, let's adopt as amended on rates at total amount not exceeding 15,375 for 01 and 77 cents over a 3-year period. Members?
Yes, yes. As amended.
Yes, Chair, as amended.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mapula, our next item, please.
The next item is 5.2, ROC 11, 2021-22, tender for the supply, installation, and updating of road traffic signs, as well as updating the inventories on the management system database in accordance with the provision of the National Road Traffic Act 93 of 1996, as and when required on tendered rates and subject to available budget, a period of 3 years.
Who's taking us through?
Yes, Chair.
Sorry, who?
Sorry, Chair, I'm having problems with my sound. My name is Ruth Mutasa. I'll be taking us through.
Okay, Mapula, just put back the index. Ruth, please declare and confirm that you are delegated and such documents submitted to Secretariat.
Thank you. My name is Ruth Mutasa, and I declare that I have no interest in the report that I'm about to present, nor any other reports that have been presented here today. Thank you, Chair.
Proceed.
Okay, before maybe Ruth continue, my apologies. Can I come in?
Why?
No, I want, because I'm following the discussion. Are we doing roads or is still rock? I suspect Ruth has jumped the queue.
Yeah, ne? Mapula kanti wasabu.
It's item 5.2 and it's still rock 11.
Oh, my apologies, Chair. My apologies.
Are you that eager?
I'm in the meeting, so I will wait. I think there was a little bit of confusion for myself. I thought it was me that was next, but I'm quite happy to let the program continue, and then I will come in when the chair advises. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So who's the chairperson for Rock 11?
It's Enos, Chair.
Not here. We move. We're gonna defer it.
He's in the meeting, Chair.
No, re ka se tlo mo emela forever.
Okay, the next item is item 6 from Roads and Transport 6.1 CME 01/2021-22, appointment of a service provider of high standing to implement the branding of bus shelters and station validators.
Thank you. Group head.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to members of BAC. Chair, maybe let's first start with the declaration, and I'll request Ruth to do the same. My name is Peku Letlonkane. I'm the Group Head, Roads and Transport, and hereby declare I have no personal interest in the matter to be discussed today, and I'll abide by the decision of the committee. Thank you. Ruth, declare.
My name is Ruth Mutasa from IRPTN Roads and Transport Department, and I hereby declare that I have no interest in the report that is being discussed, nor any other reports that's been discussed in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Group Head.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm going to request Ms. Mutasa to do the presentation. As indicated, we are utilizing CME 01/2021-22. It's basically a quotation system. But I'll request Ruth to take you through the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Group Head. As Group Head has indicated, we seek the report seeks the approval to use CME for the appointment of a service provider to implement the branding of shelters, stations, and station validators. Going into one on the specifications, I just would want to mention that guidance was sought from the city communications, marketing and events in terms of coming up with the specifications in this particular regard. Chair, may I just request at this point, would you want me to take you through the specifications before moving on to the next point?
Is there anything particularly contentious in the specifications that you want to bring to the attention of the committee?
No, except to say just our specifications in terms of branding the stations. The 4 stations speak to the station at Rainbow Junction that's about to be completed and handed over to the city. So hence the request for us to brand the 4 physical stations that are in that space, as well as the validators and shelters that are along the routes that we are utilizing for the optimized strategy to move in mixed traffic. And that is all in that particular space. Moving on to point 4, 26 service providers were invited to provide quotations. And out of the 26, the following 8 submissions were made. And just moving on to the administrative compliance, out of the 8 bidders that submitted, they met the administrative compliance in terms of the company registration tax, the BEE rates, and taxes. Moving on to 7, the schedule of administrative compliance. Out of the 8 bidders, that submitted, bidder 3 did not submit the MBD 3.1, and nor did they submit the MBD 8. Bidder 2 also did not submit the MBD 0.8. And lastly, I think it was bidder registered number 8 did not submit the MBD 1. But moving on to the next point, the specific participation goals of acceptance bidders on BEE. All bidders were level 1 contributor in terms of the BEE status. They all were contributors of 20 points in that regard. Moving on to the disqualification, bidder. I'm just trying to identify the bidder number at the top. So bidder number 1 was disqualified. Their submission was incomplete, as indicated, the MBD 1.4. The next bidder was disqualified as they did not submit the MBD as indicated, and bidder 4, the same, met disqualification for MBD Form 1. And lastly, the bidder did not submit again the MBD Form 1. The next point, 10, specific participation on goal price. There were 3 bidders that were identified, bidder 4, 5, and 6, based on price. The first bidder was 1.205, and then the next bidder came up to 1.79. The next bidder was 2.8. So those were the ones that were identified based on price. And I just want to ask you to pay attention to the fact that on the second column, the price that they submitted does include VAT. On the scoring, bidder 4 scored the highest points with 80. They were, as all of them were, contributor 20. And the next bidder was lower with 56.65. The third bidder had a minus 3.91, although they all contributed 20. So based on that, the highest bidder had a total of 100%, and also fell under the available budget of the department. Moving on to the recommendation, bidder 4, Libro Media and Communications, is hereby recommended for the appointment of service provider to implement the branding of bus stations and station validators. The prices indicated, there's the amount before as well as the amount which includes VAT. Sorry, Chair, I jumped the gun talking about the available funds. So the bidders were all within the available budgets. And in terms of the National Treasury database, it was confirmed on the 13th of June 2022 that bidder 4, the directors of bidder 4, no shareholders do not appear on the National Treasury database of restricted supply. Moving on to the point 15, the tax compliance status on CSD as at the 13th of June. It was found that the recommended bidder did comply in accordance to the CSD requirements. Chair, I at this point just want to make reference to the annexures which are available and the evaluation reports, the different information, company registration, and the proof of invitations. And that is all for myself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, just 2 minutes, please.
Okay, Chair.
Members and colleagues, thank you. The report is tabled for comments. How's Minky?
Chair, I'm covered.
Mpefu? Murphy? Member Mpefu, Member Murphy, are you here?
Chair,
Hello.
one thing that just came in my mind now. You remember when we do the branding reports, Hilgard will always include a certain clause, a recommendation when we deal with branding. I can't remember very well how he would articulate it.
We've got a very good secretariat, I will remember. I think it has something to do in terms of the city's corporate identity, something along those lines. Mapula, can you remember?
So Chair, just a comment, is it not compliance with CI manual, city CI manual perhaps?
Yes. I'm still looking for my other two members. They've disappeared on me.
Yeah, apologies.
Oh, okay.
It's just that I tried to use my laptop again. It's still not working, so I was trying to put on my earphones. I supported a chair, and remember the reports, the CME reports, they will always have to be done with I don't want to call it permission, but they need to consult the CME guys when they're busy with their reports. Obviously, they've got certain issues that they need to consider, and maybe the roads department, they've just mentioned one of them, but it's always done like that, that they give in that confirmation that whatever process you're embarking on under this panel is compliant to the requirements of the CME. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's adopt that with the amendment.
Chairperson, if I may.
Yes.
On page 1, the recommendation, the report make mention of a 12-month period, which is not included in the recommendations.
Ruth?
Thank you for that. It should be included. Sorry, that was an oversight, but yes, we recommend that it's done in 12 months, and we take note. We are willing to amend that accordingly with the recommendations that will come up.
Thank you. So it's for a period of 12 months in consultation with CME and compliance to the CI manual. Item 6.2.
Item 6.2, report to request the bid adjudication committee to recommend for the approval of the extension of the bonus sites joint venture contract for an additional 12 months for the maintenance of the urban traffic control UTC system, including parking guidance signs, variable message signs, and communicating infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. This report is also coming from the department, and I'm going to request Mr. Lawrence Swanepoel to just present the report. Chair, maybe just as an emphasis is that this is a request for extension of time with no financial implication or addition to the contract value. Chair, in terms of the key issues here, this particular contractor was appointed in 2019, November 2019. Chair, in terms of the reason for the extension, request for extension, among others, is the suspension of work that was done during COVID-19, and also suspension in relation to the cost-containing measures that the city has instituted. This particular project is funded mainly from both internal funding and grant funding, but I'll request Lawrence to elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, Group Head. Chairperson, if I can continue, Lawrence Swanepoel, I'm the Divisional Head for Transportation Planning. I hereby declare that I do not have any financial or other interest with respect to any of the reports discussed today. The report is to approve, as the Group Head has already mentioned, the approval of the extension of Bona Sisay joint venture contract for an additional 12 months for the maintenance of urban traffic control systems, including parking guidance, signs, variable message signs, and communication infrastructure. We've appointed this joint venture in where's the date now? First of November 2019, and ever since they've been doing corrective maintenance, preventative maintenance, and so on our traffic signals, specifically those that's affected by the Arayeng BRT system, where they're operating on line 1A, line 2A, and 2B at this stage. And it was always about the corrective maintenance and preventative maintenance. With COVID, however, we had to stop the activities of the contractor. We stopped them once after the declaration of national disaster in 15 March 2020. We curbed some of the activities, and we stopped basically everything at that first stage. And then we had 2 more suspensions after that, where they were slightly lighter, but nevertheless we interrupted the process, and specifically the program related to preventative maintenance and so on. The total contract value was 49.6 million, of which at the end of October this year, when the 3 years contract expires, roughly about 17.8 million will still be unspent. And for this reason of COVID and the cost-containing measures, where we had to curb the expenditure on their side, we are requesting the extension of the Bona Sisay joint venture contract for another 12 months without any financial implications. Chair, this will allow us to continue with the maintenance, and also specifically with ensuring that the infrastructure is then updated and corrected as per the original contract, and we make up for the times that we've lost due to the reasons mentioned. We've received comments from all departments, from finance, from legal, and from supply chain. They were all positive. So the recommendation is that we request that the extension of the contract for Borne Seaside joint venture as appointed for the maintenance and of the urban traffic control system, including parking guidance, variable message signs, and communication infrastructure for a period of not exceeding 12 months at no additional financial implications to the city, except for what was provided for in the original appointment. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm talking to myself. Lawrence, thank you. Members, the report is tabled for your comments and questions. Ashminki.
Covered, Chair. Anything that has got no financial implications, I'm covered.
Member Mpefu.
Support the report, Chair.
Brother James. I think we must teach him how to unmute. So let's carry those recommendations without additional financial implications for 12 months. Let's move on to the next item.
The next item is 6.3. Extension of E-Procurement's contract period for various road and stormwater construction contract by 12 months with effect from E-Procurement commencement date.
No, thank you, Chair. In the platform, I have Philip Huma and Hannes Vessels. But Chair, really the main purpose of the report is to request that we align the e-procurement commencement date with the what we normally call our own commencement date, so that Chairperson, going forward, we don't have situation where our projects get to be blocked on e-procurement, preventing us from creating, requisition, and obtaining purchase orders. So, Chair, this is very a proactive initiative from the department to ensure that contract on e-procurement and as per the commencement date per department is actually aligned. Chair, in many instances that not, we have situation where on e-procurement, the contract duration is actually calculated from the date of an appointment, while actually in terms of the general condition of a contract, the contract is actually regarded as effective from the commencement date. Chair, I'm going to request Hannes just to take you through the number of those projects that are affected. We don't want to have situation where we on continuous basis bring individual project for possible extension, but we then take the initiative to ensure that the processes are aligned. Hannes or Philip, you can present.
Group it, I can come in. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the BAC committee. My name is Philip Huma, Director at Transport Infrastructure Provision of Roads and Transport Department. Hereby declare that I don't have any interest to the matters to be discussed and that I will abide by the rules of the BAC. In terms of this particular report, the report referred to the contract that are on Annexure A. And there's only 4 contracts that are affected, and I will mention them one by one. If you look at Annexure A, you got the contract reference. The first one is RTD 01 of 2016-2017, TIDC 29, and the contract is Soshangube Block FF East Area 3. In terms of the letter of appointment, letter of appointment is dated 25 March 2021 for a duration of 18 months, which will take us to 30 September 2022. And the extension that we request is the extension of 12 months, and which will take us to 30 September 2023. Let me emphasize that the duration that you see there is the duration that was in terms of e-procurement system is calculated from the date that is appearing on the letter of appointment. And as alluded by the group head, is that this contract are in line with the general condition of contract 2015 and third edition, of which the duration that you see there is not the duration for the contract. It's the duration. It indicates to the contractor that you have 18 months to do the job, subject to unforeseen circumstances. So meaning that that duration can be extended as long as there are unforeseen circumstances. And at the same time, that date is subject to the commencement date. Normally, after the contractor receives a letter of appointment, it normally takes maybe 1, 2, or 3 months for him to commence. So the contract starts from the commencement date. It doesn't start from the date that is mentioned on the letter of appointment. But unfortunately, on e-procurement, how they calculate it, that's the date that appear on their system, and the duration, that 18 months, is calculated, which is going to take us to that 30 September 2022. Then we are actually requesting that, for e-procurement, not for contract, for e-procurement, to give us additional 12 months to extend this particular e-procurement time by 12 months. The other project is the second one. Contract reference is RTG 01 of 2016-2017, TIDC 42, description flooding backlog, drainage canal along Hanstreet Dome Drive, Mamelodi extension 4 and 5. The date that appear on the letter of appointment is 18 February 2021, and the duration as indicated on the letter of appointment is 18 months, which will take us to the 31st August 2022. We are requesting an additional 12 months on e-procurement system so that it can take us to a new date of 31 August 2023. The third project reference is RTD 01 of 2016-2017, DIDC 43. The project is Mandela Village South Phase 2. The date that appear on the letter of appointment is 27 January 2021. The duration of doing the work is 18 months. That on e-procurement, the date that will appear as expiry is 31st July 2022. We request a further 12 months extension on e-procurement system that will take us to the 31st of July 2023. The last one project reference is RTD 01 of 2016-2017, TIDC 47. The project is upgrading of roads and stormwater system in Refilo Phase 1. The date that appear on the letter of appointment is 30 April 2021. The construction duration is 16 months. The date that will appear at e-procurement as expiring is 31 August 2022. We request the extension of 12 months that will take us to the 31st August 2023. As alluded by the group head, in the past, we submitted a number of reports to BAC on a project-by-project basis where we require to extend or adjust the e-procurement dates and duration, and it is very time consuming. And this report is a proactive effort to do a single report to timelessly achieve the necessary update to e-procurement for the construction contract, as indicated on Annexure A, which I've just detailed to the members of the committee. And so we recommend that the BAC take cognizance of the content of this report and its specific of legal comments as contained in Annexure B, and also that the e-procurement duration be extended by 12 months for all contracts listed in Annexure A. Thank you, Chairperson and members of the committee.
Chair, maybe just as a last point is the fact that of all the projects that are mentioned here, is just a request for that extension of time with no additional cost to the project. Thank
you. So are we requesting an extension of time, or are we requesting e-procurement to remain open? Because those concepts are not the same.
Chair, what is actually happening? I think if you could have maybe look at the comments that we received from that was received from legal. From time to time, you have situation where information get captured in the system, which is basically has an start and end date. But in project, you will have situation where on a normal process, there will be requests for extension of time. There will be also issues around unforeseen circumstances and the like. And that doesn't get...
Our group had those issues then dealt with in terms of GCC and engineers are involved. So it can't just be a blanket.
I maybe just let allow Philip to respond. But Chair, in the main, today we very clear, Chair. We just want to make sure that the two systems talk to each other. What is happening on the ground is actually updated onto the system, so that we don't have situation where
it can't be as simple as that. If there are any challenges on the ground, traditionally those issues are dealt with via the engineer to the employer. So we can't simply say we want to align what is happening on the ground to what is on the system without including the process that we follow on construction contracts.
Chairperson, can I
so that we can then be properly aligned and we do things by the book. If there's an issue with the start date on e-procurement, your report has not indicated to us, or e-procurement has recorded it as 1st of July 2021. However, handover was only on the 1st of September 2021. Therefore, the start date is only from the 1st of September, because that information is quite important in resolving on the report and correcting the alignment. And then if there are any other issues in terms of extending the contract because of interruptions on site, those are dealt with differently. And I don't think the report that you have on here is written in a way that can then deal with those particular issues. And we'll need to separate the two.
Okay, Chair, can we allow Philip to come in then?
Chairperson, this report is only about to effectively for e-procurement system to allow us to do purchase order. Remember, after that 12 months or 18 months that is indicated on the letter of appointment, when we try to do to get purchase order, you try by doing requisition so that you can get purchase order. The e-procurement system doesn't allow us. It will tell us that the contract have expired, whereas the contract have not expired. So this report is basically to say, let the e-procurement system allow us to do purchase order. That is all. It doesn't change anything on the contract. The contract will be run in terms of the general condition of contract. So what does it mean? That 12 months that I request, it doesn't extend the contract. It's just to make the system open. It will happen in most cases to find that the contract will be completed before even that 12 months. That 12 months is just a thumbs up to say just open the system. That's all that we're saying. But the contract will be managed in terms of the project will be managed in terms of the contract.
My only problem is that if the system is open, it means you'll continue to utilize the contract value on the system. Then how will we make sure from a contract management point of view we are managing contract amount and contract period?
Okay.
If those dates are
Let me come in here, and Chair, I understand where you're coming from. Maybe what we need to do, as we have done on the table, we also reflect the critical important dates that you had reflected in terms of the commencement date and the like, and also indicate individually the project in terms of let's say in terms of the resident engineer on the ground. When will be the completion date in line with what Philip is saying, so that even the report consists of 4 different reports, but they are motivated differently, and all the supporting documents are attached to that to this report. Will that not help the process? Because all we were trying to do was to do away with the situation where we are submitting report on a project by project basis, as we have been doing historically. And I think it was a creative way from the team to say, look, all these projects, they might experience a challenge as we go into this financial year around the aspect relating to the e-procurement. Hence, they were motivated jointly. Maybe for the purpose of clarity, say, just to indicate and provide all the necessary information in terms of the commencement date as per the department, and also if maybe supporting document can be added coming from the resident engineer. If that will assist, because I can understand from what you are saying that we might be looking for a blank check. Okay, maybe you need to unmute yourself.
I remember Mpefu.
Chair. Okay. Oh, this department. Chair, I think the best way to deal with this, as you have already explained, I think it's easier because remember, based on the appointment letter, not knowing in terms of the agreement when was it signed, we need the specific date at which these contracts are expiring. And from there, we are then able to then say e-procurement must be opened up until that period. Because if not unless the department is saying, my contract is expiring next month, but I do request an extension of time by 12 months. Because if these contracts are expiring next month, but we are saying e-procurement to be open for 12 months, there's going to be some expenditure incurred outside the contract. So the department must just bring a clean report that says our contracts are expiring next month, end of August or end of September, and e-procurement must be aligned to that. And because they are saying they just want to process POs. So you can't process, if your contract ends in September, you can't process POs, for example, for 11 months after. So your report must speak to your contract end date which must be aligned to e-procurement system. And maybe if you need an extra month, Chair, for processing, then the guys at e-procurement would look at the date at which the work was done in terms of the PO, because the PO must have been prepared or I'm not sure how do they procure, but everything must have been done before the contract expires.
Chair, can we give maybe Hannes an opportunity to speak? But I've captured the comments of the members, and I think that will be the approach to expand on this report in terms of what we want to achieve, and also reflect the commencement date and the expected completion date, so that those can be aligned with e-procurement. Hannes, maybe just come in, and then we can maybe Chair accept, see if that assists, and if not, we'll have to resubmit this particular report.
Thank you, Peku. Thank you, Chair. My name is Hannes Wessels.
Peku, you are taking over my meeting.
He's the chair. Yeah.
Oh, Chair, I'm also confused.
You are taking over my meeting.
I'm requesting that Mr. Hannes says have a say, and then we conclude. Sir.
No, but my
No,
other
he
members
jumped.
haven't commented.
No. Okay, Hannes is the one who jumped in, but I was requesting you.
No, Luella, you jumped in before go recognize.
Sorry.
Ask me to what to comment.
Chair, I just wanted to find out from the e-procurement system, is the system automatically not cutting off the creation of POs when the contract lapses? Because my worry is, like System Back has indicated, if the contract is ending next month, why are we extending it for another 12 months if the contract itself is ending next month? Unless maybe the report is being brought back in a different format, Chair.
Thanks, Brother James.
Chair, my view is that perhaps the department just needs to go back and clean up the report. Thank you.
Group head, you can come in now.
Thank you. I'll request Hannes just to say, to comment, and then we'll take advice from the committee.
Hannes?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Hannes Wessels. I hereby declare that I have no interest in the reports that were serving before this committee today. Just maybe I don't understand the whole system, because contractual contracts in terms of our own legal division does not expire. So they do not lapse. And in terms of the GCC also, payments are allowed in terms of the GCC up to and including the day before the final certificate is issued, which is normally 12 months after the completion date of the work. Now, it seems that E-Proc does not take that in account. And also, there's clauses in the GCC that allows the engineer that's managing the contract to extend, for instance, for rain days. Now, every time it rains, I have to go and write a report to BAC to extend the E-Proc dates. I understand your concern, but I think maybe somebody somewhere must apply their mind so that we can get a cleaner and simpler solution to this whole problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And your group head knows, we've spoken about this many times. The biggest challenge is that we don't just work within a GCC environment, we work within the MFMA environment. And unless you are able to prove to me now that the contract that you have signed has given the engineer absolute power to extend and vary the contract without consulting with and getting concurrence from the employer, then you can manage that contract until it's complete without having to go through a BAC system. What happens when you have to go through the BAC supply chain management system is when the engineer must have concurrence from the employer, and there's no delegation to whether it's the group head or divisional head in the department. And that concurrence must then come from the accounting officer. And the accounting officer will not consider anything that does not come from the BAC. So immediately, you'll then have to consider that process that must be followed before a contract can be varied. Because an extension of contract is a variation. A contract is made up of an amount and a time. And if any of those two change, they have to comply with the regulations from an MFMA point of view before those changes can then be made. So those are really the considerations that have gone into why these reports must come here. And when they do come here, we must be able to pick up information in the report to make an informed decision and recommendation to the accounting officer. Group head.
Chair, I think my input on this matter is that we're not far from each other. We just need to add additional information as you require in the format that you require. Then we'll resubmit the report next week so that it has all the aspects that you are relating to. And maybe we can even have a chat before we submit, just to with either SCM or yourself, just to make sure that the requested inputs complies with what the committee requires. Thanks.
Thank you, Philip.
Chairperson, I took note of the comments that is made. I'm managing contract in this division. I've got a concern if I have to come up with a report of what the committee want us to achieve, because as Hannes mentioned, that in terms of the general condition of construction contract, they don't expire, for the mere fact that that duration that is mentioned there, it's duration to indicate to the contractor that you got 12 months to do the job, subject to unforeseen circumstances. Those circumstances, they can take 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. It can be COVID, it can be rain, it can be anything. And normally, in terms of the GCC, you will have, in terms of the GCC, the engineer on a regular basis, after the contractor submitted a claim for extension of time. Our experiences show that those claims for an extension of time happen regularly, every 3 months. It happened regular, and it took long. It can be by more than 3 years. It depends on the circumstances. So I don't know if we have to bring the report. What the department will like to achieve in the report that we have to submit, because the only challenge on our side is that if, in terms of the contract, if we are unable to create page requisition and get purchase order, somewhere, somehow, we'll be in breach of contract, because the contract signed is between us as an employer and the contractor, and the parties to that GCC is us, the employer, and the consulting engineers. And that is why if you go through Annexure B, of legal. This is not a comment, it's another document that we attach as an HRB that actually indicate the scenario around that duration that is indicated on the general condition, what it actually means and what it can actually cost. And that is basically, because as I mentioned that previously we submitted the report.
Philip.
Okay.
Philip, it's not the first report you've brought for extension of time. And maybe answer one question. Who is the employer?
So sorry, Chairperson, the employer is the city of Tshwane, but what is not clear, who's the representative of the employer?
Who's the representative of the employer?
The tender document actually indicate the representative of an employer, and is a person within our department.
Who? Do you have a letter of delegation that says you are the employer?
It might not be there, but in terms of the tender document, document actually indicates.
You are missing the point. The moment you act on behalf of the employer without having the authority to, you are acting, James, what's the word, legal word?
Then that contract we signed, which have to be amended. The tender document have to be amended.
I've said to the department through the group head before.
Chairperson.
Yes,
Chairperson. Can we defer this item and refer it back to the department so that we can deal with it? It will not help us to argue. I mean, the decision has been taken. I think there was a member who said, let's go clean up the report and then we'll come back.
But it's important that you understand, and I hope I mean, you've dealt with this thing before.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying we are not far apart. Okay. If you look at what you are requesting, I mean, it's additional information to the report. It's not going back and rewriting the entire report. It's to elaborate on the tables in terms of what you have requested.
Thank you. And you must clarify. I mean, an alignment of e-procurement dates to the contractual dates is different to an extension of time, and they will follow different processes.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So we'll have an engagement and we'll bring back the report.
Thank you. So the item is referred back. Mapula 6.4.
Item 6.4, contract HHS 01-2015-16, intermodal facility, Tshwane Bus Rapid Transit project construction of the Honorable intermodal facility building works.
So group head, why was this report not part of 6.3?
Different divisions.
It's the same department.
Okay, Chair, let's focus on the specific, the matter at hand here. Chair, the report is about a request for extension of time for a contractor, chairperson for a period of about 24 days as granted by the engineering consultant that has been appointed by the city to manage and supervise this particular contract. Chairperson, in terms of the presentation, I also have Nono Setai and Manari in the meeting that I'll also want them to declare in case they might be required to provide additional information.
Thank you, Group Head. As you have mentioned, my name is Nono Setai from the IRPTN division in the Roads and Transport Department. And I declare that I have no personal interest in the matter to be discussed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and the team and the members. My name is Manare Musaba. I'm the project manager from the IRPTN division, and I declare that I have no personal interest in the matter to be discussed. Thank you.
Thanks. Proceed.
Chair, as I've mentioned, this report is basically emanating from the request for extension of time by the contractor, where the engineering consultant who's supervising this particular contract have extended the contract by a period of 24 days. The extension of time was mainly requested purely on the basis of the delay that was caused by the adverse weather conditions, and a submission was made. And in the report, again, you will see we have actually reflected in table 1 the extent of the rainfall measurement for a period from January to 28 March 2022. Chairperson, this report had all the necessary comments in terms of the comments from various departments, and we are requesting that this particular the report and the extension of time for this mentioned date be actually approved. And Chair, if I will also come in with my own observation in terms of what need to happen, because one of the aspects is that the contractor is almost at the verge of where he's now need to go into the penalty regime. But I'll talk to it after we have engaged on the specific of this report.
Now, talk to it now.
Chair, my simple analysis of what is in front of us, though the engineering consultant has given the contractor 24 days, which he's empowered in terms of the general condition of a contract. From the discussion that I had with the team, we are of the view that the contractor will not be complete by the 12th of September. And as a result, we wanted to ask the committee to consider giving an extension of time over and above what was granted by the consulting engineer, and extend the contract to the end of October. But Chair, what we were going to recommend, what we are recommending is that from the 12th of September, as per the performance of the contractor, that a penalty regime be introduced, and that a contractor be charged a penalty per day for the remainder of the period. Thank you.
Thank you, Group Head. Members, the report is tabled. Your comment, please. I ask Mingi.
Thanks, Chair. So this contract was supposed to, should have been extended until the 9th of August.
Yes, ma'am, the contract was supposed to have lapsed on the Women's Day, the 9th of August. But this was I think this was not when the decision was taken. I think the consideration was not taken into. There was no consideration taken into the public holidays. My apology.
Nothing further, Chair. It's just that I was just thinking of the fact that if we extend it from already, it has lapsed in my understanding.
Yeah, Chair. The issue here is that this report could have served at the meeting of the 4th of August. And look, this again was an issue that we raised with the project management team about issues around contract management, and the fact that we tend to be very reactive and not deal with issues in time. And that's why when there was no quorum last week, it created a situation where we find ourselves in now. But like I was indicating earlier on, the fact that in consideration of the extension of time, the previous extension of time, there were no consideration of the public holidays, which basically, and we were faced with a situation where we had to rush, and the fact that again stakeholder comments came in towards the end of July, and therefore the only available BAC that we could have presented this report was on the 4th of August.
Thank you, Group Head. Member Murphy.
No comments at this stage, Chair.
Member Pepu.
Just need to confirm one thing. So the extension was up until 9th of August. So from the 9th to the 12th, and the Daily Jonka was
Yes.
the principal agent. Did they grant you that extension or not? Or you
It
are
was
just coming?
granted. No, it was granted by the consultant.
Where-
There's
where
a
is
letter
the-
there is a letter that was signed by the consulting engineer Iliso Nakoliso Consulting Engineers.
No further comments, Chair.
Thank you. So we processed the extension of time without financial implications up to the 12th of September 2022, which is 24 working days. And recommendation 2, that should the contractor not be done by the 12th of September, that the contract remains active up to the end of October to allow for the implementation of penalties in terms of the JBCC 2000 as amended, colleagues.
Amended, sir.
It's amended, Chair.
Members, let's take a lunch break up to 13:45, and then we'll continue with the agenda.
Thank you, Chair.
There's a risk.
There's a river.
There's a risk. Chair, I think we should continue.
Continue with the agenda. Okay, members, we need a comfort break at the very least.
Maybe 10 minutes. Risk, Chair, of you not having a quorum. Chair, let's continue. One of the members.
Let's let's proceed ka 13:30. Members, can we continue? First, colleagues, can we proceed? Continue.
We are here, Chair.
Let's just wait for James to rejoin.
From scratch.
I'm in, Chair.
Okay, so we'll just wait for James. James, are you in? Let's give him a few minutes. Thanks, colleagues. Mapula, let's proceed to item 7.
Item 7 is from Shared Services. 7.1, report to request approval for the implementation of session of Category A and Category C vehicles of Tender CB 54-2013 to ABSA Vehicles Management Solution, ABSA VMS.
Who's here from the department?
Karabo is here, Chairperson.
Proceed with the declaration and introduction.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start with the declaration. My name is Karabo Marake from Shared Services. I declare I do not have any personal interest in the matter before the committee. I will go straight into the report, Chairperson. This is the report in which the department is requesting BAC to approve for the implementation of session between Mwiponi Fleet and ABSA Vehicle Management Solutions. Mwiponi Fleet currently has a contract with the city to supply lease vehicles. And as per the session agreement, Mwiponi required funding from ABSA to acquire the vehicles in order to fulfill the obligation relating to the contract. This report was tabled on the BAC of 23 June, where it was referred back for the department to include the amounts involved and also to provide more information. And Chairperson, that information has now been included on the further report under 4.2 until 4.6 of the report, Chair. That is all from our side, Chair. We can have a look at the report.
Have you dealt with all the issues from the previous meeting, Karabo?
Yes, Chair, we did. The 4.2 until 4.6 basically covers all the issues that were raised in the previous meeting. So basically on 4.2, we've indicated the total number of vehicles that were delivered under the contract, as well as the number of vehicles they defleeted to date, and the number of vehicles that are active. Basically, that will be covered in this session. And under 4.3, we dealt with the number of vehicles that will be retained by the city. As we previously indicated that from the leased vehicles, we are identifying the suitable vehicles that are in good mechanical condition, as well as those with low mileage that can be retained by the city. The contract makes provision for that. So that part is dealt under 4.3 and under 4.4. 4.4 deals with the number of active vehicles, and we also state the remaining months left for those particular vehicles, including the amount that will be paid until the end of the contract. That's part 4.4. Under 4.5, Chairperson, we deal with the make good costs.
Apologies, Chair. I've got a further report. Which report are we looking at, Karabo? The further report I have doesn't have 4.2, 4 point stuff. So just give me the name of your report.
The further report, Member Mpefu.
But mine is different. Paragraph 4, discussion.
Yes, there's discussion, and then there's 4.1, and you go to 4.2, vehicles delivered and defleeted under the contract.
No, I don't have that.
I think the report itself is not crafted thoroughly, because what Karabo is talking to is at the last pages of the after paragraph number 7, if I'm not mistaken.
So basically, it's page 10.
Yeah.
The total number of pages is 16. So the part I'm talking to is from page 10. From the discussion, basically.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yes, I was dealing with point 4.5 of the report that talks about the make good cost of the vehicles. We've also indicated the amounts involved them, basically the estimated amounts for the make good cost of the vehicle as they return to the supplier. And 4.6 deals with the contract value as well as the percentage amount to be ceded to ABSA. So if you look at the total contract value for both categories, that was about 684 million, and only 22% of that will be ceded to ABSA due to the fact that some of the lease vehicles has already expired. Thank you, Chair.
Did you find yourself?
Yes, Chair, and I did, and this report, yeah, Karabo. So, Karabo, we had done our first process where we did this allocation. Or was it our second or third?
I'm not following, Member Mpefu.
So we are saying we want to fulfill an obligation in terms of there's an agreement between Moiponi and ABSA, isn't it?
Yes,
that
correct.
if we need vehicles, ABSA will be able to fund Moiponi. Okay.
Correct.
So that they are able to deliver or provide us with these leased vehicles.
Yeah, so basically that has already been done.
Yes.
Yes. So basically both parties, they signed a session agreement.
Yes.
It is now for the city to implement that session.
100%. So I'm saying when we are in the process of implementing now, ne?
Yes.
So what I was saying, we are saying to Moiponi, give us vehicle category A so much, C so much.
So what are we saying to Moiponi is that because ABSA is the one that requested that we implement this session. So the agreement was that there's a specific account that the monies must be paid into.
Yes.
Because apparently now Moiponi is not honoring the agreement as per the session. So now what is due to Moiponi in line with the session agreement will now be paid into ABSA's account if this session is approved.
I hear you. What is due to Moiponi? Remember, Moiponi, we're supposed, because we had an agreement with Moiponi, Moiponi was supposed to be paid and then they pay whatever that they were funded, they paid over to ABSA. Because now they are failing to fulfill. So we are going to have to pay directly to ABSA.
Correct.
And then the portion, Moiponi, maybe ABSA will then arrange and pay to Moiponi.
Yes.
That's what we are saying. But I want to understand, what are we doing? Are we saying we are agreeing to that agreement, or we are looking at leasing this? I just want to understand that, because your request approval for the implementation of the session, what does it mean? doesn't mean we are saying we are agreeing to the fact that because Moipone has failed to fulfill the agreement, now we're going to be paying directly ABSA. Or are we saying we are continuing, we are getting more leased vehicles from Moipone?
No, we are not getting any more vehicles, Chair.
Okay, what are we doing?
We
Just
are,
the session.
yes, we are just implementing the session so that ABSA can be paid in line with that session agreement.
But the contracts as we have currently will continue.
The contract will continue, Chair.
That's what he's essentially saying. So the contract as we have currently will continue under this session directly to ABSA.
So when we continue with this session in terms of SCM, which session section are we complying to?
That's what SCM must advise.
Because if you're going to pay the entire amount,
remember, part of the entire amount is arrears that are due from Moipone to ABSA. And a balance of that contract remains on existing leases that must then run their natural course. And it links, I guess, back to the point that you were making, that some of the payments, if they would have been due to Moipone, then they must go directly to Moipone. But in terms of the contract between the city and Moipone, the bigger triple P, that has come to an end, Karawaka. We are just dealing with the individual contracts on specific vehicles as and when
yes,
they were entered into. So there shouldn't be any new contracts entered into.
Okay. But again, Chair, we must guard against having, even if, remember, the reason why we're still continuing with this contract is because the lease per whoever who was like contracted by Moipone, they were done at a different stages, meaning they've got their own different type of contracts. But at the end of the day, our contract was with Moipone.
Yeah.
So now, if you're going to be saying we are paying ABSA now, what we are saying is we have ceded the entire contract to ABSA. How ABSA does it with Moipone? Because if we are saying we are ceding, the report says, let me go up. So now literally we are having a contract with ABSA now. We want to approve the implementation session of category A and C vehicles to ABSA. So what is that? Is there a Karabo or a SCM a section in SCM where we can feed the entire contract? Whether it's the remaining portion. Maybe SCM must help me.
Chairperson, yeah, maybe you couldn't see my hand, but I think I'm partly covered by Member Tembeka because the difficulties that she's having is exactly the same difficulty that I'm having. Because I was not part of the previous meeting, so I don't have the documents in front of me, I'm driving. I'm just listening carefully on the exchange of words. And the one thing that strikes me is my understanding of, say, a session or lack of understanding of the session. Because Moipone was having a contract with us as the city, and they was financed through EPSA, I assume. So because of the failure to see to its obligations towards EPSA, they is then ceded what Tembeka is asking, the entire contract to EPSA. Unless I don't understand session in relation to construction and sessions in relation to financial institutes.
But the whole explanation that I've been listening to just does not make legal sense to me. And I'm wondering if legal, whether they've got the serious contract experts and economic expert within the legal division that would understand such type of sessions as far as financial institutes are concerned. And I am completely confused, and I find it difficult to follow the discussion. It just doesn't make sense to me. For me, when you see it, you either see the percentage of a contract that's in construction areas and other services. But this one sounds very different. I listened to it, sounds different, it looks different, it walks different. So I'm asking them, is this really a session in the true form of a session? Or what is this? Are we following a hybrid of something here that we choose to call a session? And I think maybe, Chairperson, I find it difficult to recommend something that I don't understand. And maybe legal need to seize themselves fully with this thing, because otherwise we're going to end up making serious adjudication errors as far as this is concerned. I understand that the report says previously it was referred back to capture a few outstanding details, which they now did. But listening to it, I think if I had to be in the previous meeting, I would have still questioned and asked the same thing that I'm asking right now. So maybe, Chairperson, maybe you have a better understanding than us, working with financial institutes, whether this is really a session in the true sense of the word. If it is not, then we need to call it something else. We must call it for what it is, so that we don't find ourselves in unnecessary difficult times if this thing goes haywire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ausminki.
Thanks, Chair. My understanding is that there is a session agreement that has been entered into between Miboni and ABSA, period. And that session agreement is supposed to be effective the day Miboni fails to honor its obligations to ABSA. Now, when your rights are ceded, it means that everything that relates to this particular contract, whatever payments that the city is supposed to be paid to Miboni needs to be paid to ABSA as the financial institution. Unless if I'm also not getting it, but I hear what Karabo is talking about, that already there's a certain agreement in place. And we as the city cannot question the session agreement that Miboni and ABSA has entered into. Taking into account that we entered into an agreement with only Miboni. However, when the session agreement is in place, it's another animal on its own.
But here's another derivative, Member Minky. There is no way that these two parties could sign the session agreement without the authorization of the city. There's no way, because you can't be then drawn into an agreement that you were never part and parcel of. The city should have, at some point, have agreed that, look, we agree that the two of you can sign the session. So we can't exclude ourselves from the session agreement between Miboni and EBSA, because here we are now directly then paying to EBSA. So at some point, there must have been permission seeked, and it must have been a report that might have come to BAC in which we say, okay,
James, you disappeared. James. Okay, we can't hear him.
No, I'm done, Chair. I lost network. I was saying something doesn't sound okay for me, so we can't say we have nothing to do with the session between Moiponi and EPSA. I'm saying at some point there should have been something for the city to agree that this thing must be ceded to the financial service provider.
Yeah.
So I don't know at what stage all of this happened. It might have happened in a previous meeting that I was not part of, so I'm not sure how it happened. It's just that the modality of the session is becoming very confusing to myself.
Hmm.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I think the two matters that are probably worth mentioning is that the sessions was signed, like Ausminki is saying, on condition that Moiponi fails to pay. So there was a suspensive condition, and I'm not sure. I've tried to look at the signed documents, and I can't pick up necessarily that the city would have signed. I mean, there was no space in the current session agreements for the city to sign. But before it can be implemented, the city will have at least have to acknowledge the agreement so that ABSA can then be marked as the contracting party to the city on the remainder of the contract. I think what Karabo must just confirm, because the suspensive condition indicates precisely that the session would come into effect only at a point where the suspensive condition is met and the city, where is it? The city confirms in writing something. And I wonder if that confirmation from the city is this particular process, or if there was an expectation of a different communication between the city and ABSA or Moiponi in terms of the satisfaction of the suspensive condition. So the way that the session reads, it's quite clear that the service provider cedes on an out-and-out basis to ABSA Vehicle Management Services for the period of the operating rental agreement its rights, title, and interest to monies due by COT to the service provider in terms of the PPP agreement. And then later on in the document, it says this agreement shall only come into effect upon fulfillment of the suspensive condition that COT acknowledges and consents within 30 days of the signature hereof by the last party signing and writing to the session containing this agreement and accepting all conditions therein. So I suspect this suspensive condition or this fulfillment of the condition is what is sitting before us, unless if I'm not getting it correct, Karabo.
You got it correct, Chairperson. You got it correct. We are here to asking for the BAC to fulfill that suspensive condition in order for the session to be effected.
Has there been any communication between the city and Moiponi in terms of the session itself, apart from the letter that the city received from ABSA on implementing the session? Hey, Karabo.
Chair, I see the group head is here now, maybe to respond to that.
Welcome, group head.
Thanks, Chairperson. So, yeah, our understanding, Chairperson, is that the session as was signed by between Moiponi and ABSA And in that particular respect, the city at James here could not have entered in that particular space until there was an intention from Moipone that they want to sit. So this particular letter is an agreement. In its form is an intention. Until the city accept in terms of the supply chain policy, we must accept who the contract is being ceded to before we authorize and give life to the session, which is this particular process. So we're coming here and we're saying the party that we contracted with has indicated that it wants to cede its contract to another party. And that particular second party is now taking us to court to say reasonably, why are we not implementing this particular session? And in our understanding, instead of getting into a lengthy process with ABSA on a court matter, we are bringing this report to say there is no reason for the city to accept that the contract wants to be ceded to ABSA by Moipone, and we are seeking for that particular authorization from the accounting officer to implement the session. So that is why we're bringing this particular report here. It's to answer what you're asking, James, to say, why is this being signed without the city? Shouldn't the city have been part of? This particular report brings the city to be part of this particular agreement, to say we accept that Moipone can cede the contract to ABSA. In terms of the suspensive conditions, and I think it's part maybe of what is being brought by ABSA to court, Umar, which is bringing for the materialization of what will have been a suspensive condition, at least in our interpretation and the interpretation of the court documents that are before us. So we believe, in our view, that one, there is nothing wrong with the session agreement. It is in terms of the supply chain regulation, and it is in terms of the PPP that was signed. So that is the first hurdle that is there, is that there is a space for a contract to be ceded. Number two is that we are confident that in the interpretation of the conditions in which Moipone is ceding a contract to ABSA, all those particular things have happened. And then number three is our confidence that the contract in its sitting is not going to impact the rights of the city in as far as the implementation of the contract is concerned. So we absolutely don't see any hurdle from the contract that we've had with Moipone and from what Moipone voluntarily has done to want to cede the contract to ABSA. So we don't see in any respect from the city what could be the hurdle for non-implementation of the session, both in terms of our policies and in terms of what ABSA has done in terms of the contract. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, James.
Yeah, no, Chair, Musa has fully clarified my question. And that is, what is this process? Is it, just acknowledging, or are we accepting that indeed there is such an agreement and we are now implementing it? So I'm completely covered with it. But I just also then want to, in the same vein, if Group Head Musa can perhaps, if he has got the calculations and the numbers and whether what the supply chain management policy or the law says in terms of what percentage of any contract can you cede? Are we within the range of that? Because I hear that it is the remainder of the contract that are basically being ceded. But I recall, and I speak under correction here, I recall there is a percentage in terms of what you can cede and what you cannot cede. Are we aligned to that particular percentage? If it does exist, it might just be existing in my own head. But here as a collective, I think let's just give each other that comfort that indeed it is within that range, or it is slightly over, or we will make sure that it is within the range if there is a session, a percentage allowable by law and in terms of the supply chain management policy. Thank you, Chair. But Musa covered that main question that I was really concerned about. Thanks.
Thanks. Justice, can you just confirm the requirements from a session point of view in terms of policy?
Yeah, just to say, Chair, while they are checking, I think on our side supply chain can, but when we read, there was absolutely no requirement for a percentage. Actually, what we got is that in some other contracts, some services are paid directly to the funder of the service, and they will sometimes take their own finance requirements and pay the service provider. So I think there have been contracts where the supplier will almost elect in a form of a session that the full payment of the services must pay to the seated party in full. So I think there is definitely precedent on that, and in our readings that there was no percentage, but I think we will await for confirmation from supply chain. Thanks.
Thank you, Group Head. Much appreciated.
Justice.
The SCM comments as attached actually address that point. The point around the cap, which is 40%. If you look at D on page 2, sessions based on capacity, a company may obtain extra capacity owing to lack of skills within the company and allow a skilled company to take over part of a larger part of its work, not more than 40%, based on an agreed session without promoting fronting. That's what he says.
So it's is it not? Yes, Tembek. Musa will come to
the BAC. I'm not sure whether this session is based on the access to finance issue, or because it's clearly not a supplier to supplier type of an arrangement where we've got percentages. So is it based on because Moiponi doesn't have funds to continue? I don't know. The thing is, when it's access to finance, it deals with financial institutions where if I am getting my funds from a particular bank, of which I think this is the case, to be able to go and get these particular vehicles for whatever purposes for the city. And now I am struggling. They're saying the bank may want the contractor to sit, but a certain portion. And the city must just be aware of that process, which is the process we're doing. But what I do not understand is when we're saying we are ceding the contract, what is this report? The remainder of whatever that is there. And the policy says it has to be a certain portion of the contract. Or are we saying because the contract has run its course and then we are left with few of them, we are assuming that that is a certain portion?
Musa?
Thanks, Chair. I think one is just we are not ceding a contract. Moiponi is ceding the contract. So and we as a party, the city who have appointed Moiponi, we are certifying that we are fine with the party that it is being ceded the contract. So the contract is not being ceded to a person that does not have capacity or to fulfill the obligations of the contract, because that is our interest as the city in a session. But we are not saying there is a remaining part of we are ceding. No, we are saying in our disposal, there is a request from Moiponi to cede the contract. And this particular session is based on ABSA being the financier of the contract. And we're applying ourselves to whether we are okay with the contract being ceded. Will the city's rights in terms of the fulfillment of the contract still continue unhindered? So that is what we are applying ourselves here to, Chairperson, unless if I'm not understanding what the member is saying. So we have before us a request for session. We have a triple P that we have signed for with Moiponi that allows for a contract to be seeded. We have a supply chain management policy that says it is fine for contracts to be seeded on the basis that the contractor has access to funding from someone, and that person needs to be paid first, and so on. So I'm saying before us, Chairperson, all the legislation and the policy and the contracts that we have signed, the test for me is whether this is done in terms of the supply chain process or not. So, and then number two is, I think the issue of what Justice is saying is to do with when a contractor is sitting a big contract that they cannot implement owing to a lack of capacity. And that particular provision is about, I don't have capacity and I'm ceding a part of my contract because I want to access a particular skill and capacity, which is not the case here. The decision here is in terms of the other supply chain provision, which is about I've won a contract. I do not have the finances to implement, and there is someone who's funding me, and I'm ceding. And I don't think that it is for us then to interfere in terms of what Moiponi has asked and signed ABSA to do, and is what is before us, because it's Moiponi who sent us the session agreement. We as a city, we are not the ones who are saying Moiponi cede a contract to ABSA. Moiponi has approached, gave these documents to the city and said, we want to cede the contract to ABSA. And we are coming here and we are saying, okay, we've applied ourselves to whom Moiponi wants to cede the contract to, and we are comfortable that the supply chain management policies provide for that. BAC, record here that you previously awarded a contract to Moiponi, and now in terms of the supply chain, Moiponi is ceding that contract. And we're saying authorize that the contract be ceded. So we are not the one who are saying ABSA must get the contract. It's Moiponi that has signed a legally binding decision agreement with ABSA. And we, in terms of our supply chain policy, we are merely authorizing that transaction. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, just to, because I understand it from Musa's explanation from when he started. In the beginning, it didn't make sense to me. Now, everything is starting to fall into place. I want to almost compare what is happening with the financial institute to what would happen to any other service provider who has a problem with SARS, where SARS then give you a CFO or the accounting officer a directive that you are now appointed as agent of SARS. Okay, SARS is a much more authoritative and legislative body, and they can do such things, but I'm just trying to compare the scenario where you would not question SARS if they say everything must be paid over to us because James Pty Limited owe us a SARS X amount of money. We will just comply. In this event, it is an agreement, a CS session agreement that is now submitted to the city and that was signed by two other parties, and they are now saying, here is a session agreement legally signed and binding between the two parties. As a city, can you please ensure that you implement that session agreement accordingly, meaning going forward, you will pay all other monies that you were supposed to pay to Moiponi and Moiponi pay to the financial provider, you will now pay directly to EBSA in this instance. So I think I'm covered in terms of how this is working. And the reason I brought in the percentage, and Musa is correct, Justice explained it correctly. However, he was basing it more on your construction type of contracts, which I am used to. I deal with those things. So and that is why I raised the issue of percentage. And that is why I said, maybe when it comes to such an arrangement of financial institutes, there's a different type of session that is applicable. And Musa said there is precedent already in the city of us having done that before. So I think the clarity that I needed, Chairperson, as member of this BAC, I've been given that clarity. I understand it. So I think if it is that other members are still a bit in the dark, maybe we should just, I don't know, this thing is due for court, Musa, the way I've heard you explaining that. The question is, are we waiting now for a court order in order for us to implement this and then pay cost charges and stuff like that? Or do we just then proceed and give provision for this session to then proceed and us then paying the obligation over to EPSA, who's a financial service provider of Moipoini in this instance? So I think that is really what remains, is that either we recommend it or we ask for the other precedents that Musa has referred to, so that as a BAC, you are comforted that indeed we have done it before. Here is an exact same situation, but on other goods and services with other service provider to service provider. So I think, yeah, I'm covered, Chairperson. Thank you.
Well, thank you, James. Osminki, further comments?
Nothing, Chair.
Stambeka.
As much as I understand the concept of session, and I don't have issues with the session, but I think it should be applied correctly. And in our recommendation, we make sure, or as we resolve, that it must comply to the requirements of the session based on access to finance, because that's what we're talking about. And we do not then bind ourselves in terms of ensuring that this whole thing is seeded in its entirety in terms of the contract, but a certain portion. We do understand that if a service provider writes to us, having agreed with the service provider, but we need to make sure we comply with the SCM policy in making sure that we should not just hand over a contract to any other service provider without following or complying to SM processes, because that will be seen as an unfair process in terms of just taking a bid and giving it to someone else. I mean, that's my main problem, to say, why didn't we then just decided to opt for other options? But I'm just saying, based on the fact that the service provider has written to the city and there's a session agreement between them and the financier, let's make sure it complies, that we do not talk to the contract to its entirety, but to a certain portion as indicated in the policy, Chair.
Thank you. So in terms of what supply chain indicated, it will then be based on access to finance, where the bank would have wanted a contractor to cede a portion of the contract. And in this case, the department has indicated the portion that would be ceded to ABSA. And I think in terms of the policy, the city must also be aware of the arrangement and make its own analysis on risk. I think the group head has already indicated that from a risk point of view, the risk is minimal, precisely because ABSA Vehicle Management Services is actually a vehicle management company, so they would be able to implement if required in terms of the session. So can we then adopt with that amendment that it's on basis to finance, colleagues, and the city accepts the session and the city has sufficiently considered the risks, and the session doesn't necessarily increase the risk to the city? Musa? You want, or okay.
No, I wanted to are you finished, just so I did not want to cut you. You can.
Yeah, no. I don't know, when I finish, members must agree or disagree to
All right, Chair. I think the only thing that I wanted to okay, no, I think it's fine. I think we are covered by number 4 because I wanted just to again to state that we are talking about the decision from the day of implementation. So we are not talking to any services that have and so on. But yeah, I think we covered by 9.4. It's fine.
Yeah, so we are going to include the values as indicated as the maximum, so that we don't then end up being outside of the contract.
Yes, yes, Chairperson. Yeah.
Members as amended. Complicated item.
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
Thank you. Mapula, our next item.
The next item is 7.2, request to obtain approval to participate on National Treasury Contract RT 57/2019 for the supply and delivery of sedan vehicles, light and heavy commercial vehicles, buses, motorcycles, agricultural tractors, construction plant and equipment to the state until 31 March 2023.
Good.
Thanks, Chair Karabo, please.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Thanks, Chair. I will go through the report. In here, Chairperson, the department is requesting approval to participate on National Treasury Transversal Contract RT 57 of 2019. This is the contract for the supply and delivery of sedans, light and heavy commercial vehicles, buses, motorcycles, construction plant, tractors, and equipment. Basically, it is a contract that allows for state organs to procure vehicles directly from manufacturers and also from suppliers who are supported by manufacturers. So it allows for state institutions or state organs to acquire vehicles at discounted prices of up to 20%. National Treasury awarded the contract as from 1 July 2019, and the contract expired on June 30th, 2022. And Treasury has now extended the contract for a period of 9 months, and it will now expire on 31 March 2023. The city has been participating on this contract since December 2019. We obtained BAC approval to participate on the contract until the expiry of the contract that was on 30 June. So the department has now CAPEX allocation to acquire city-owned vehicles that will be replacing the current leases that are phasing out, and also to procure replacement vehicles for those that are written off. And with this report, Chairperson, the department is now saying that asking for BAC to allow it to continue participating on this RT 57 transversal contract, as we have been participating and enjoying the benefits that comes with this contract. So we are requesting that we continue participating on the contract until its expiry on 31st of March 2023, Chairperson. Basically, that is the report, Chair.
Thank you, Karabo members. The report is tabled for your comments. Member Mpefu.
Okay. Can I be the last one?
How's Minky?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So what it means is that it's gonna run from its expiry date until next year, somewhere in March. So it's how many months? A year or?
It's 9 months.
9 months.
Yes.
Chair, I don't have any further comments.
James?
You know, when the head of supply chain and the head of legal say ish, then I am very worried because I am just a street sweeper and plumber. So how must I respond when the experts in this field say ish? Let's give Member Tembeko the breather that she required, Chairperson, and then we'll take it from there. She had time to think. So, Member Tembeka, it's all yours.
So the biggest question is, if you are participating in a transversal contract and Treasury extends that contract, what obligations do you have as a participating entity?
You are automatically you must then also extend your contract. Remember when you enter into yes. Oh, sorry, Chair.
Because you are already a party to the contract.
Yes, Chair. So there are no issues. I think my main concern, Chair, with the report is the fact that yes, we acknowledge the fact that there has been an extension done by National Treasury, but my issue is the matching of models and make the recommendation that comes and says we want to procure these vehicles. What process does the department embarks on to say we are going to Nissan, we're going to Ford, having had this whole contract for the previous years, now we are on an extension. How do we then gain comfort and say everybody within this particular contract who then deserves to be given an opportunity was given? So maybe my issue is to say let's have some more information or a list on the previous allocations for the previous 2 or 3 years. I don't know how many years have we had this, so that we're comfortable, Chair, to say, okay, maybe we are looking for a particular category this time. Maybe we never requested it in the previous period. Hence, we'll be comfortable as a BAC to say the principle of fair allocation of work has been adhered to.
Group head?
Okay, Chair. Yeah,
oh,
thanks.
Before Group Head
Sorry,
comes in, thanks, Musa. That is a legal conundrum that I was thinking of. That we are sort of, as a government entity or sphere of government, forced to basically also join in National Treasury's transversal contracts and contract management regime. And I think it's something that we need to raise with National Treasury also going forward, to say that, look, because you enforce us to form part of these type of transversal contracts, when you do extend, please also make sure that you pay courtesy to all other entities, government entities that are now part of this contract, by informing them this is what you are going to do, and flowing from that, this is what is required from you to do to ensure that you remain within the legal framework of whatever you are going to do. Whether you are going to now extend the same people that you have been using, or whether you must now fairly go out and seek other people. That remains another question, because the department in this case, and Musa will be able to respond to that now. That's why I wanted to respond before him, or ask clarity before him, is that, so are we then forced to then purchase the same type of cars that we were purchasing from the transversal contract? If not, what is it that directs us to follow our own route? Or else, the other thing is to then ask National Treasury, following this extension of yours, what is it that we need to do to ensure that we remain within the constitutional framework of fairness and transparency? Do we need to follow an internal process but linked to that same transversal contract that you have now extended? And I think just that clarity seeking would be helpful if we can get that from National Treasury themselves. So then we don't find ourselves making unnecessary mistakes. Because I think it's the first time that we are actually dealing with this kind of situation. I can't recall that we ever dealt with something like this where National Treasury extend the transversal contract. What does it mean for other organs of state that are also participating in those same contracts? Same service providers within those contracts, or we follow what we normally use to do in panels, or do we go out on quotations separately from what they did, but using that transversal contract? I don't know. But I'm just saying maybe those are the things that requires legal clarity. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Group Head.
Musa.
Thank you very much, Omar and James and Tembe. So the first thing, James, is that this it remains in any case a regulation 32 for us. I know that at national level, Treasury is becoming prescriptive for departments to use transversal contract, but for us, this remains a regulation 32, which means we can opt in to use it, and at a particular point we can opt out when the contract has ended. So we can decide when the contract ends in March whether we want to then embark on our own, like we did, for example, with the other contracts, which we used to use CETA on, and we used to use telecoms contracts, for example. So, but as it is at the moment, it's obviously a contract that we elected to participate in the beginning. So in terms of Regulation 32, that remains a contract that we've elected to participate in. But we can decide in future to say maybe we must go out on our own contract, so that when this contract ends in March, we have our own contract. I think that remains possible for us. We don't see the need really, because this particular contract already will just be a duplication if we go out on our own, and I'm not convinced that we will be able in our own buying power find the discounts that we can find through Rt57, because we're only finding them through the buying power of government, and so the process. And I think the issue that I think Assistant Mbeka is raising is a critical one, Chairperson, that at the end of the day, yes, they must be transparent in terms of how the contract is being used, and I don't think we have a problem with that. My view will be that BAC can add a recommendation that says that supply chain ensures that the contract, in the contract, there is sufficient rotation or not open to be abused. The only conundrum that we have, Chairperson, is that, and James, it goes back to what kinds of the cars that we buy. So we sit with a situation where a TMPD will ask for a car to say they want a sedan. For policing, the sedan must be an automatic and so on. And we take those particular requests and we test them against the products that are available on RT57. And then we look at the products that closely match what the departments have asked us, and taking into account as well what we can manage from a workshop perspective, because we cannot from a workshop have the skills for people to work on a Tata, to work on a Toyota, to work on a Nissan, on an Isuzu, and so on. There is a standardization that we must achieve so that we can build our capacity around that. Otherwise, it will just be a matter of, okay, the cheapest sedan in this particular case is a Tata in this quarter, and you buy a Tata models. In the other quarter, you buy Mahindras, and the workshop will not manage the different kinds of products. So we look at closely the products that the workshop, the skills that the city has, and the skills that we support, and we look at what RT57 has, and then we rank in terms of who has the cheapest available a model. And then what we do as well, we then send out as well confirmations of the prices, availability of the stock, and delivery, and so on. So I do not mind supply chain having transparency over that process, or even maybe taking over that particular process, because what we want and our interest is that we must get the cars on the road, and we must get them at the quickest time. We must get them at the affordable price. That's all that we want, and the report is a reflection of that, which model on RT57 closely matched what the user department wanted, and who and in the rank of the service provider. Actually, RT57 already ranks the service provider. There is a ranking that they apply, and we match those. And the outcome of that is what you see. That is why, for example, in some of the models, you will see that the bias is on an OEM, because an OEM will be lowly ranked in that particular category by National Treasury, not by us, by National Treasury. They will have attached a rank to that particular service provider. So for smaller cars, more or less, it will always be either your Nissan, your Fords, your things like that. But when you go to your bigger, for example, your 8-tonners, your 9-tonners, usually the ranking sometimes becomes biased to other service providers, and you'll have seen that the report opens for that. But if the BAC wants to get comfort that that particular process has been followed to the T, Chairperson, I am happy that we can add the recommendation that says that that supply chain ensures that the contract is utilized in a fair, transparent, and cost-effective way. I think we can. That to me, I think, is an implementation matter of a report. Thank you.
Thank you, Group Head. Further comments, members?
No, Chair, I'm fully covered. I think if RT is giving us economies of scale and rankings, and we are able to get what we need that is standardized to the workshop, I mean, the group head knows what he's talking about, is dealing with these issues. I'm comfortable, and maybe just to add on the recommendation as Group Head Musa stipulated as a final recommendation to this. Thank you.
Thanks. Ostenbecker, Sminky, as recommended. With the additional,
As recommended, Chair.
with the transparency of supply chain. Thank you.
As amended, Chairperson.
Yes, as amended. Proceed.
Because remember, the group had indicated that we can add on that last recommendation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, let's proceed. To our next item. Mapula.
The next item is item 8 from Group Audit and Risk, 8.1, CAR 02-2021-22, appointment of service providers for internal audit service, finance, corporate entities, and special projects.
Thank you. Who's taking us through?
Good afternoon, Chairperson and APC members. My name is Boyce Gwangwa. I'll be taking you through the report. First, I would like to declare that
sorry, boys. Boys, did you say APC members? You are so used to report to APC, you call us APC members. It's BAC.
sorry, BAC members. I thought I said BAC, not APC. Apology for that, Chairperson.
No worries.
Yes. First, I would like to declare that I've got no interest in the report that is going to be tabled, and nor my family have any interest on the item to be discussed. Chairperson, we are presenting a report for the BAC to recommend approval for the appointment of service providers that will assist us as GA to review the annual financial statements for the year ending June 2022 for COT, Housing Company Tshwane, and CHIDA. We made a direct appointment in terms of Section 36 of the Supply Chain Management Policy, which allows us to make a direct appointment because we're using a fixed rate. Therefore, we have identified the following service providers to assist us with the review of the financial statement. The first one is Nexia SABT for review of annual financial statements for COT, including your consolidated AFS. The second one is Mora for review of ACT AFS. And the third one is BDO for review of TIDA AFS. All compliance matters were all met and confirmed by supply chain. According to our recommendation, Chairperson, we recommend appointment of the following service providers next year, SABT&T, with the amount of 597,526, including VAT. That includes both the review of the AFS, including your consolidated AFS as well. Then Mora to do the review of ACT at an amount of 180,000, including VAT. And the last one is your BDO to review the TIDA AFS at an amount of 179,344.80 cents, including VAT. Chair, the report is tabled for BAC for approval. I'll pause there and take any questions or comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, boys. You haven't included in the report the tracking to demonstrate rotation and that we are not using the same service providers. Unless if it's in the annexures, which I haven't picked up. Just indicate.
Yeah, just to highlight, with regard to Mora and BDO, those particular service providers are the same ones that we've used for Q3 financial statements. We normally prefer that they also continue to do the annual financial statement so that they can follow up on the very same issue that they have reviewed in Q3. That is why we normally use them in the annual financial statement as well. And for next year, SABT is a service provider which was already appointed for Q3 financial statements for COT, of which it was not performed. We thought maybe we can utilize them for the annual financial statements since we didn't manage to utilize them for Q3 financial statements.
My question remains, your rotation plan is not submitted so that we've got comfort that we are not using the same service providers all the time.
Okay.
And in your report, it says it's Annexure J, which is not in your list of annexures.
Sure. I don't know if maybe it will be acceptable if we can able to provide that particular list, that Annexure J.
You can present it.
Let me check if we have it. Chairperson, at the current moment, I don't have that Annexure G with me. I don't know what will be the recommendation from BAC as to whether should I table the report in the next meeting or if it can be approved subject to submission of that particular annexures. I don't know if will be the recommendation from BAC with regard to that.
Problem is the report is incomplete without that rotation plan.
Supported, Chair. Let's refer the report back to next week. Thank you.
It's noted, BAC. Thank you.
Members referred back.
Yes, Chair, recommended.
Is there any other issues that you want the department to deal with?
Thank you, Chair. That was the only item that we were tabling for BAC to recommend for approval. There's no any other item.
Oh, I was asking members if there are any other questions.
Nothing from my side, Chair. It was just the issue of the principle of rotation when it comes to direct appointment. Thanks.
Okay, but now my gripe, supply chain is tasked with that function. So Justice, I hope you considered that when you were doing the evaluation.
Yes, Chair. We do look at it. There's just a tricky issue with JR because they at times argue competence and contexts in terms of some of the experience of these bidders. Yeah, but
the same JR that's gonna say the regular expenditure.
I know.
So I think we must just be compliant and consistent. So let it come back in the next meeting. Our next item.
Next item is item 9, energy and electricity. 9.1, AED 4T 2021-22. Tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of small power distribution unit, SPDU, ready bought as and when required for the period of 3 years.
Chairperson.
RH.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I request to present ROG 11. Chairperson Inos requested me to start with that item. Am I permitted to do so?
I thought we are on the item number 9.1. Or did I miss it, Mapul?
No, Chair, we are on item 9.1. They did mention ROC 11, but I told them that it was late submission. I didn't get it yet. I told them they need to go to the chairperson for approval, so I don't have the report.
Oh.
No, Mapola, I Chair. The report, Inos was called for this report. He did not answer. Then we moved to the next item.
Chairperson?
Oh,
yes,
item, oh, apologies.
Yeah.
The item, that item, yeah.
Mara Mapula introduced item 9.1. Can't do why later Mapula so.
But now I was just correcting the fact that the report was late. It is item number 6, but 6.2, I think. But when Inos was called, you said, Chair, he's not answering. Let's move.
Okay, so we deferred it, I guess.
We did not say so, Chair.
Yeah, not according to my notes.
We said we continue until until Inos joins.
Yes.
Chairperson?
Yes, Ino.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My apology for earlier for the ROG 11. The reason why it was not presented is because when it was done, I was not the chairperson. Hence, the acting chairperson has been Nomsa Mabasa. That's why she had to present it. But unfortunately, that time we missed it because I saw the one that I need to present on 9.1. So I thought you were not on the item now yet. But I can present this once. But I'm requesting that ROG 11 brought together with these two that I'm going to present. But on the Rock 11 one, Nomsa will be presenting as a member of the committee and acting chairperson of who evaluated the tender.
Okay, so Mapula, let's do 5.2.
Okay, Chair. 5.2 at Rock 11, 2021-22. Tender for the supply, installation, and updating of road traffic signs, as well as updating the inventories on management system database in accordance with the provision of the National Road Traffic Act 93 of 1996 as and when required on tendered rate and subject to available budget, a period of 3 years.
Okay, thanks. Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes.
All right. As the bidder was introduced, it's Rock 11 of 21-22. The total number of bids received are 11. And on administration, I'm not able to see the report, Chairperson, please pardon me. I see it's not displayed, but I hope you have the report before yourselves, then you'll be able to follow. On administrative disqualifications, about 3 bidders have been disqualified, which is bidder 9, for not completing the offer of acceptance section C1.1 and the data provided by the contractors, which is section C1.2.4. And then bidder 11 and bidder 1 were disqualified for not attending the compulsory briefing session. And then there were no bidders disqualified on CIDB grading. And then moving into the local content disqualification, the bidders who did not complete Annex Chassis in full are the following bidders, which is bidder 2, bidder 3, bidder 6, bidder 7, bidder 8, and bidder 10. Then to the next stage of mandatory, we are then only left with 2 bidders, which is bidder 4 and bidder 5. Moving into the next stage, bidder 4 submitted proof and completed the traffic sign maintenance works. And bidder 5, the tender must have also a minimum of CIDB of 4 SK, which is the correspondence letter of the appointment and completion certificate. And then moving into the next stage, bidder number 4 did not submit the required documents, and bidder 5 submitted. On the report under 8.2, both bidders 4 and 5, they have submitted as required the CVs for construction manager and the engineers and other documents that are required. And then the last stage, which is mandatory disqualification, bidder number 4, which is Tuyo Construction, did not make it to the last stage. We are left then with bidder number 5. So during our meeting on the 28th of July, BEC recommended bidder number 5 for area A, which covers region 1, 2, and 3, and area B, which covers region 4, 5, and 6. The report is tabled before BAC for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Just confirm your recommendation. Oh, okay. I see the recommendation. It's different because I was worried we're gonna make the same mistake we did on another report where you've got two sections and they are exactly the same price. So we just need to make sure that the recommendations have got area A and area B. And maybe just confirm if the rates included in there or the totals were for evaluation purposes, or if they are told how it should be used in the appointment letters. Maybe take questions from other members. Member Mpefu.
No, sir, you've covered me in terms of the rates and the estimated quantity, so that we ensure that whatever total amount is put was just for evaluation purposes, or we can use it to cap this particular appointment. I thought I saw. Okay, no, Chair, I'm covered. Thanks.
No questions from my side, Chair.
Thank you. Osminki.
Covered, Chair.
Thank you. Enos, you've got your hand up. Chairperson of the BEC.
It's the old hand, Chair.
Okay, that's Nomsa.
Yes, Chair.
Can you confirm the award?
Yes.
Total
Yeah, for evaluation purpose, it is rate-based.
Rate-based.
Yes.
Okay. Members, as amended then on rates, Mapula, remove totals and quantities, please.
Yes, Chair, but what about budget available? Maybe subject to that. Maybe it's not included in the BEC report, or maybe but that it's a first standard requirement where we say the departmental head must monitor it, make sure it's within the budget. Thanks, Chair.
I took it for granted. It's an important point. Subject to available budget. Well, managing within the available budget. As amended, members, thank you. Mapula,
yes,
can we go to item, is it 8 or 9? 9.
Okay, back to item 9.1. EED 40 2021-22, tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of small power distribution unit SPDU report as and when required for the period of 3 years.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members of the BAC. My name is Enos Ramunwana, Chairperson of the BAC Committee for the backlogs. Yet declare, but I do not have any personal interest in any of the tender that will be serving before the committee or the tender that I will be presenting. I'm here to present EED 40 2021-2022 from Energy and Electricity, tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of small power distribution units, ready bought as and when required for 3 years period. On the next page, you'll see the bid evaluation committee report on that one for the bid fact sheet. The tender specification was approved on the 20th of October 2021. Bid advert was on the 18th of January 2022. And the bid closing date was on the 23rd February 2022. The date that the document was available on the was on the 18th of January 2022. Chairperson, we received pardon me, Chairperson, we received 95 bidders that bidded for this tender, Chairperson, and then the tender, I can confirm that is still valid, and then until the 28th of August 2022 is the stock item tenders, of which we use stock ledger account. The estimated budget for S&O required is 90 million. From the next page is the specification. And I will take the committee through until page 5. You will see item number 5. There are evaluation criteria, the stages of evaluation there. The first one is pre-qualification, the second one admin compliance, the third one is mandatory requirement, and the fourth one is the preference point. And on the pre-qualification, Chairperson, is that this tender is earmarked for tender that qualify to be an EME or QSE. And then from there, Chairperson, we'll move to page 9 of the tender. And on item number 4, you will see the list of bids that was received on time, listed there until page 11, of which are 95 of them. And then from the following page, you'll see pre-compliance. There were not late bid received, and there were no company that was disqualified on the CSD. And then item number 6 is schedule for administration compliance until it moves up to page number 15. We have got about 44 bidders that did not comply with the admin compliance of the bid where we check the MBDs. And then on 7.2, we've got 51 bidders that comply with the admin compliance. On page 16, we listed them there. Then from there, those bidders, all of them move to the next stage, of which is mandatory requirement, of which we check two things there. We indicated them on the report. And then on 8.1, you will see on the table, those are our scoring when we're doing the evaluation. And then on page 28.2, we've got 24 bidders that were disqualified under mandatory disqualification. And then about 27 bidders comply with the mandatory qualification. Okay. We listed them there until page 22. After that, Chairperson, we have got a schedule of particulars and price of acceptable bidders. We listed them, we captured all the service providers, and then we indicated their prices as per their computed pricing schedule. And then we listed them there from that page 23 until page until page 30. After that, on item number 10, Chairperson, we did the 90-10. And then you will see that we listed the items there. The item number 1, we did, because this item is awarded per item, we did all the 90-10 for all the items, for all the bids that bidded. And then we've got the bidder number 92 as the highest point scorer there. And then we went to item number 2. We've got bidder number 92 as the highest point scorer. And then we went to bidder number 3. We've got bidder number 91 as the highest point scorer. Item number 4, we've got bidder 91 as the highest point scorer. Item number 5, we've got bidder number 12 as the highest point scorer. Item number 6, we've got bidder number 26 as the highest point scorer. And then on item number 7, we've got bidder number 12 as the highest point scorer. And then after that, we've put the specific contract participation goals of acceptable bidders. And then we listed them there in terms of their levels. Then Chairperson, if you can move to page number 31, you'll see our recommendations that the following bidders, bidder 92, Ilshan P2I Ltd, be recommended for the tender for supply, delivery, and offloading of small power distribution unit, ready board as and when required for item 1. And then also for item 2. Then the bidder number 91 be recommended for item 3, item 4, item 3 and item 4. And the bidder number 12 be recommended for item 5 and item 7. And then bidder number 26 is recommended for item number 6. All the recommendations are in accordance with the municipal specification and condition of tender and their tender. Thank you, Chairperson. The report is presented.
Thank you. Justice, can we confirm taxes on this one?
Yes, Chair. Bidder 7, bidder M3 and A are non-compliant, so they would require 7 days to comply.
Yeah.
You.
What I like about this is that we don't have one bidder getting all the items. Members, your comments? T. Mbampefu.
Okay. I'm here.
Are you here?
Yes, in corner.
Okay.
There's a requirement on EME and QSE. Spoke to it. Just needed confirmation. Konje, which paragraph is it, Ines? The evaluation of EME/QSE
is on page number from 38.
Yeah, page 38.
Yeah, check page 38 on item number 11. Remember, EME and the QAC, it means, those bidders should not be obviously, what do you call it, have done more than 50 million, above 50 million is indicated there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 50 million. So you can see the KC there is between 10 and 50 million.
Yeah, but you haven't even said my question. I take it as if it's a prerequisition. It's a pre-requirement, sorry. Isn't it, Ines?
Yes.
That you must be a QSE or in whatever for you to qualify or to be taken through the process.
Yes.
But what I wanted to understand is why are you doing it as the last stage? I'm looking. I'm basing it on the.
Yeah.
I hope you understand. Having taken through people who do not qualify for a certain stage because a certain requirement was meant to be a requirement before you go through to the next.
Yeah, as much as the pre-compliance chairperson and then member, I agree with you. Maybe we should have just removed all those ones, but normally, we normally revisit those things as soon as we get to the end of the tender, because some of the status does changes. So let's say we finalize the tender to evaluate today, but when we check CSD today, we find that that company that you recommended now is move the threshold above 15 million now. So you check those kind of things. But I hear you. Maybe we should have taken that out as a pre-compliance.
Isn't it part of the evaluation process that makes it a pre-compliance?
It is.
So it's not how you want it to be done; it's how it must be done.
Yes.
And Chair, the issue of us using CSD as a source, I think we should be able to get the certificates from the service providers in us. But I hear you talking to the issue that you've used the CSD report as a confirmation. Remember the CSD you tick, especially when it comes to these things. But if you've got a confirmation by way of a certificate, then it assists you in case there are issues with the whole evaluation process. Because sometimes you can't go back to CSD at a particular point in time because it's a live document. So the status would have changed. And I'm just saying for future, make sure there's a submitted document by the bidders. You can always compare it to a CSD, but it's important that we rely on that submission. Those are just my inputs, Chair, to saying let's adhere to the stages of evaluation and make sure whatever that is a pre-qualification is used as that to ensure that it eliminates anyone who's not supposed to be taken to stage 2, 3, and 4. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Elsminki?
Thanks, Chair. So what I was just following on what System Becker has just alluded to. So are we saying now we are allowing them to continue without having to follow what System Becker has indicated? Are we taking it as it is, or is it not going to create problems for us in future if we allow this one to pass without having to follow the proper processes of evaluation, just what System Becker has indicated?
What is your recommendation?
I don't know, Chair, if it's gonna create a sort of a precedence that we are setting as BAC, then I'll be worried.
Thank you, Bajay.
I'll get advice from the team, the members.
Yeah, Chair, it's a fundamental issue raised by Tembeka. So, in fact, it bears the question, if all other documents are treated like that during evaluation, because it's a very fundamental thing. So it could be that we without knowing if this question was raised, if this question was not raised now by Member Tembeka, we could have let others slide through. I think maybe we need to have the checklist of, exactly what was the processes that were followed by the evaluation committee when they started evaluating, just to prevent this. This is a conundrum, and unless we put mechanisms in place for all future tenders, it will repeat itself. But other than supporting the questions raised by the two former lady members, Tembeka and Minki, I am okay for that. And thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So to make sure we don't do precedents, we are going to refer it back so it can comply with the evaluation criteria, the stages of evaluation. Because then otherwise the report is non-compliant and the BEC would not have evaluated in terms of the specification. You always have bidders that question whether they fell off at the last stage. And I think in investigation report that we've seen, you always get the comment that Mang should not have gone through the next stage because they should have been disqualified at stage Mang. So I think let's just refer it back so that the report can be done in terms of the specification and the stages of evaluation. My view members agreed?
Supported, Chair.
Supported, Chair.
Senalonga has it into a Kamutswan. Senalonga has it into a Kamutswan.
Can I say something, Chairperson?
Aye.
Chairperson, can I say something?
Yes.
Okay, Chairperson, I think as much as earlier I agreed with the member to indicate that as per stages, this is what need to happen. But my also issue is that previously we also experienced hence we always prefer that we need to do the CST, check the live CST, because we also experience where you find that somebody indicate on the affidavit that the EME, but when you check the CST, you find that the company is regarded as GEN, and GEN it only means it's more than 50 million. But you get that on CST. Remember, CST record all the amount that are paid to all the service providers, and that amount is the one that constitute this EME and QSE thing. So we find that it's recorded as 10, and there was one of the tender that we did. It gave us that kind of result. As much as I agree, but I don't know how can we feed that in so that we don't consider only the supported the submitted document. We also check the live CST, because at the point of appointment we should have appointed the suppliers that qualify, not that we're qualifying when the tender was advertised. I that's my view.
You did not hear Member Mpefu. Member Mpefu said you use what the bidder submit and you can utilize CSD to confirm.
Oh, okay. No, I missed that.
Okay.
I missed that.
All right, so the item is referred back. Item 8.9.2.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. It's still me again.
Item 9.2 EED 41 2021-22, tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of crimp type cable lugs and ferrules for use in the termination and jointing of solid, standard, and multiple standard copper and aluminum cables, 3 years period as and when required.
Continue, Ida.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. The tenders from energy and electricity, and CED 41/2021-2022 tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of the cream type cable lugs and ferrules for use in the termination and joint of solid, stranded, and multiple.
Where's this? I didn't see
Apologies,
your hand.
Chair, I think the report, nonetheless, INOS can confirm if they did not follow the same approach, because I see the evaluation criteria or the stages are still the same, Chair, where we've got an EME or a QSE as a pre-qualification, and it does state that if you do not qualify, you will not be evaluated further. So can INOS confirm that in this report he has followed the stages, or we should just make sure that he then takes the report back for proper evaluation?
Chairperson, same principle applied with the previous one. I only agree to take the report back and go and fix as the BAC recommend.
Thank you. Item referred back. Mapula, item 10.
Item 10. It's from the Health Department, 10.1 HD 01/2022-23. Cancellation. Tender for the supply and delivery of a specialized and registered vector control service for the city of Tshwane, as and when required for a period of 3 years.
It's too early for cancellations. Kimange, no.
Good afternoon. My name is Bongiseni Nene. Yeah. Hopefully this will be the last cancellation. Okay. Can I declare my interest? Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes. My name is Bongiseni Nene. I declare that I don't have any interest in any of the matters that would be tabled before us today, and I'll abide by the supply chain and the committee rules and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, it's the report that I'll be presenting. It's HD 01/2022-2023. It's for a cancellation tender for the supply and delivery of a specialized and registered vendor control services for the city of Tshwane, as and when required for the period of 3 years.
No, yes, it's, you know what? Sorry, Chairperson.
We are listening. You can talk. We are listening.
The specification was approved on the 14th of February. Bid was advertised on the 10th of June 2022. It was closed on the 18th of July 2022. Briefing session was done on the 20th of June 2022. And the responsible official from the department was Marietta van der Merwe, and supply chain acquisition official, it's Refilwe Mane. We received 3 bids for this the tender, and the tender is still valid. It expires on the 16th of October. Chair, if we move to page number 15, which highlights the stages of evaluation. This tender was evaluated in 4 stages, which is stage 1, administrative compliance, stage 2, mandatory requirement, stage 3, functionality criteria, and stage 4, preference point system. Then can we move to page 22 on the report? It just indicates the 3 bidders' names that were received. Bidder number 1 was Royal Pest Management CC. Bidder number 2, JPL Chemicals and Pest Control CC, and Lwande Pest Control Management Pty Ltd was bidder number 3. On the pre-compliance stage, bidder number 1, okay, pre-compliance, they were checking CSD number, CSD registration, if the supplier is restricted, and if they are state employees, they are tax compliant, and whether they attended the briefing session or not. Bidder number 1 and 2, they were all fine in all the listed categories. However, bidder number 3 was not registered on CSD at the time when the bid was closed. They only registered afterward. Therefore, bidder number 3 was disqualified due to not being registered on CSD on time. Therefore, we're only left with 2 bidders, bidder number 1 and bidder number 2. And then we first did the first stage, which was the administrative stage. On administrative stage, we did MPD 4, MPD 8, MPD 9. We were checking if they were completed. Bidder number 1 did not complete section 3.10 on MPD 4 and did not declare their interest. Bidder number 2 completed MPD 4 but did not declare their interest. MPD 8 and MPD 9 were completed. However, due to the reasons of not declaring their interest, therefore bidder number 1 and bidder number 2 were disqualified. Therefore, we could not evaluate this tender any further, and we therefore recommend that the tender be cancelled as there are no acceptable tenders, since there were no acceptable tenders received for this bid, and we recommend re-advertisement of the tender. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we carry that recommendation for cancellation.
Yes, Chair.
My only worry is that there was a briefing session, and I wonder what was discussed in that briefing session, because we did indicate that briefing sessions must also have as a standing agenda item areas of disqualification on admin, which in this particular case is the disclosure on MBD4. Can someone confirm that these things are being discussed in briefing sessions? Justice?
Yes, yeah, as per discussion and arrangement with director demand, we have agreed that that should be done as per your instructions.
Can we just, divisional head, please just check that these things are happening? Because this can only happen if bidders are not aware. It is still fairly a fresh requirement, though it has been there all along, but in terms of implementation, otherwise they'll continue to fall through the cracks. Mapula, our next item, please.
I have a question for clarity. So if a bidder, I heard the chairperson said the bidder registered later, not at closing, when the bid closed. So maybe SN can help me, like if at evaluation, how do I get to pick, or they evaluated, they realized they were not safety registered, and then we check later they were safety registered, the bidder number 3.
Can you please repeat your question?
Not unless I didn't hear you properly. You said bidder number 3, at the time the bid closed, they were not registered, but they registered at a later stage.
Yes.
How do we pick that one up? Like when you were evaluating, they were not registered.
When we were evaluating, they were registered. But we picked it up on the CSD report. It showed that there is a time, and
and date when the supplier registered on CSD. So when the bid closed, the date of the bid closing, they were not registered. They only registered afterwards.
Okay, that's what I want to understand, Chair of the BAC, to say the requirement says you must be CSD registered by the time you submit, or I may not continue with the evaluation for people who are not CSD registered. So if I put in my bid today and tomorrow I go register, because registration is a process, and tomorrow I go and register, knowing the city will take 6 months, but unfortunately for this one, we took 3 days and we evaluate after closure. That's their bad luck. But I'm just saying, as a matter of principle, do you then check the date at which I registered for CSB and say, by the time the tender closed, you were not registered? I'm just trying to save the tender as well.
Supply chain.
Yeah, it's a gray area, but what the requirement says is that a bidder should be registered on CSD. It does not necessarily say when, but what other bidders would do is, as part of their submissions, they will submit a CSD report to show that they are registered.
So what happens, Chair, what happens if I've registered for CSD? Yeah. If you are saying CSD registration, by the time you get to award, there's a deregistration process that has taken place. I understand it's a pre-requirement, like I must be registered for me to be able to do business with the city or any public entity.
Through you, Chair, I think really at the point of award, we should indeed be making sure that the recommended bidder is registered.
It's still registered.
It's still
but
registered.
It is a prerequisite.
Yes, as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but this tender has a history as well, Chair, of non-compliance and cancellations. I think it's the second or third we are cancelling in the city.
Isn't there a transversal contract on this thing?
I don't know if the department is here. I'm not aware about it.
You should know.
Yeah, but it's in the maybe a national one. Because it's municipal health services. Where is the lady? I don't see her name here.
But it's better control, so it might not necessarily be restricted to municipalities.
Yeah, but you remember municipal health services is a function of municipalities. Maybe we might have to look at other municipalities, but we have struggled over the years to get a service for this. Each time we have a technicality.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let's move, colleagues. Item 11, Mapul.
Item 11, communication, marketing and events, 11.1 CME 01/2019-20. Appointment of a service provider to promote the illegal connection amnesty campaign in the city, 1st August 2022.
Thank you. Who's presenting this item?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. This is Sarit Kamfer speaking. I'm the Acting Divisional Head for Strategic Marketing. And I will provide you with a little bit of background, and then I'm going to ask my colleague, Terry, the project leader, to take us through the report. And I hereby declare that I do not have any personal interest in the matter to be discussed, and I will abide by the rules of the committee. In the budget speech of the MMC of Finance in May, he announced an amnesty period for all transgressors, stealing from the municipality, electricity and and tampering with their electricity and water connections and the city's infrastructure. So on the 1st of August, the amnesty period was launched. It will run over 2 months, starting 1st of August until the end of September. And we need to promote this to residents that they can apply for amnesty. So the specification is just for platforms where we want to promote it on radio, newspapers, with flyers if we do activations and so on. And that is the essence of why we have embarked on this process. I can hand over to Terry if she wants, if she can take us through the report.
Terry. Sarah, it looks like you're going to have to present. Terry doesn't want to talk.
I wonder if she has a problem with her speaker of her laptop. Okay, so let me try. We have received 12 submissions from service providers. She's phoning me now to tell me. And then 6 of the 12 service providers were disqualified. So this was a straightforward appointment. So we took the first service provider after that for appointment. And let me just quickly see. Now, I can't remember. It was... Sorry, Chair. I don't have it open here in front of me. We have recommended... We have recommended Maswai Strategic Communication for an amount of 3,722,000 for appointment. And yeah, it is straightforward. The service provider has quoted according to specifications and their prices are market related. So that is the recommended service provider. And yes, the report is tabled.
Justice, do you want to help just on the gaps? Shem Sarat is not used to presenting these things.
Thank you, Chair.
No, Chair, I think well, look, she summarized it nicely, except for the fact that she didn't start where we needed to. Yeah, just to say that in line with the request, category B of the panel was used, and all the bidders in that category were invited, out of which the 12 responded, as she said. And then through the evaluation, the disqualifications in the main, those 6, are based on MBD 314. And I should just emphasize, Chair, in the briefing sessions that we do explain this. Yeah, bidders comply today, tomorrow they don't. We still have those inconsistencies. Otherwise, Mazwa is recommended for appointment as indicated. Thank you, Chair.
And tax compliance, you said?
Yeah, they are compliant. We checked it earlier on. Thanks.
Members, the report is tabled for your comments.
Okay.
Yeah?
For comments, Chair, I support the report.
Oh, how's Minky?
Chair, I am covered.
Thanks, James.
That's recommended, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mapula, can we go back? I think there was one item that we passed.
I'll send this up, Chair.
Yeah, I'll come to you just now. Mapula?
Chairperson.
Did we do all items? I think there's one that we missed.
The one.
Unless
Item
it's
one.
here.
Item one, the chairperson is on sick leave, so it's deferred.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Boys?
The chair, the human settlement one, did we do?
They were not here.
Thank you.
So we deferred that one as well. Yes, boys?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm humbly requesting if we can go back to the item. We have emailed the rotational plan as the BAC has requested. I don't know if we can be given this opportunity to flag that rotational plan so that it can be considered in this meeting.
Who did you email it to?
I have emailed it to the Secretariat, Ausmapule, Austenberger as well, including you as the chairperson. Thank you.
No, I don't have your email. Can you present it on the screen?
Let me just quickly flag the rotational plan. Okay. Can members confirm if they can able to see the document?
Yeah, it's visible. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. In this particular document, this is the rotational plan for our panel. So it is divided in terms of different categories, of which the first one is relating to your general internal audit services. So it shows there from year one, when the panel was appointed, the amount that was, based on the appointment that was done to this particular service provider from year one until year two and year three, which is 21-22 financial year. And the last column there, it also shows the total amount in terms of the appointment that has already been made to these particular service providers. Chair, I'm not gonna just to list them one by one, but I just wanna go specifically to those ones which we are recommending for this particular report to be approved for the review of financial statements. As you can notice in terms of this particular category, those consultants, they're not reflecting here. Next year is reflecting under row number 18, if you can see there. As I've already highlighted during the first time when I was presenting, to indicate that they were appointed for the review of financial statement for quarter three. However, they didn't do that particular work due to the availability of the financial statement. Hence, we have decided to use them in the annual financial statement. If I go on in the next category, which is your A2 financial audit, I'm looking for this. Yes, Chairperson.
Just confirm which category would this the specific request here today fall under?
They fall under category A2, which is your financial audits.
Okay, so let's focus on that one.
Okay. In terms of this particular category, your BDO, which is row number 16, they've been allocated any auditors yet. The only audit which was allocated to them was the one for quarter three for TIDA. That's the amount that is reflecting there on the last column. of which we have indicated that we did them to follow up on the very same issue that they've raised in quarter 3 in the annual financial statements. Hence, we are using them again. And then Mora as well, we've used them for quarter 3 financial statements for ACT. Hence, we are using them so that they can follow up on the very same issue for ACT again. And then next year, under this particular category, they are on row number 14, of which they were appointed to do the review of financial statements. However, that audit was not conducted due to the availability of the financial statements. Hence, we have opted to utilize them for the annual financial statements. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Boyce. Members, do you see the concern that we had earlier on? PwC has been the favorite under this category for many years, and this is a practice that we must just stop. It's unfair.
It requires investigation.
But who's going to investigate it?
We are going. We're going to appoint ourselves.
Voice will
that why is PwC favored? We're going to have a report on investigation on this appointment.
Yeah. Members, your comments at the very least, the companies that are being recommended have not yet been allocated any work in this category. So that at the very least starts to support the issue of rotation as we've been requesting.
As recommended, Chair.
Seconda?
Yes, Chair. Seconded.
Boyce, you want to comment?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, with regard to the investigation, Chair, that can be done, but not from our department. We cannot investigate ourselves. If there's a need for that to be done, that can be done. We, as CA, we have to be also account for everything that we are doing in our section. Thank you, Chair.
I think we must raise it with the audit committee because this is no. Otherwise, then CA must go back to sending out requests for quotations to all bidders like everybody else.
Yes, sir. This is non-compliance to SCN policy.
Noted, BAC members.
Oh, no, actually, we'll ask the AG to investigate it.
Yes, Chair, let's refer it.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Thank you, Boyce.
Thank you, Chair.
Mapula, minutes. That was the last item, right?
Yes, Chair.
Brother James?
Yeah, my phone is dying, Chair.
And let it die.
Okay, thank you.
Then die peaceful.
Oh, the battery is gone. I'm looking at you, I'm saying, yeah. They just yum dead quiet.
Do we have minutes, Mapula?
No, Chair. We are done.
We are ready for minutes. Eh? We don't want the
It
backlog.
will be loaded next week.
Because we are the minutes, the guy.
Chairperson, there are outstanding reports from you, so we couldn't load. Yes, item 3.1 from Group Finance.
Oh, I sent those things last week.
No, Chair.
I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to display it on the screen.
Okay, ask is Chairperson. Yo.
July 28, let's see, item 3, no, wait, resolutions, where's resolutions? I'm looking at the wrong folder. Members, thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. I'll deal with Ushia offline.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Chair.
Just
Thank
approve
you.
those
We did
minutes,
very
Chair.
good. We did very
Bye.
good. And when I
Yeah,
just
we tried.
when I